Yeah, you're slacking now. Go right there.
Good evening. Welcome to the awards and recognitions. President O'Brien, members of the governing board, Superintendent Finch, and special guests, a lot of special guests. This is exciting. Honorees, after I read about your award, please come forward to Superintendent Dr. Finch to receive your certificate. Our governing board president will give you an extraordinary DVUSD logo pin, and each of our governing board members will congratulate you on your extraordinary accomplishment, and we have some really extraordinary accomplishments tonight. We'll then take your photo, and we will share your good news in local media and on social media. We start tonight with DVUSD's Flynn Scholar finalists. What began as a group of nearly 1,100 talented Arizona high school seniors has been trimmed to 39 Flynn finalists, including 3 extraordinary DVUSD students. They advanced to the final round of interviews for the 20 Flynn scholarships, valued at more than $130,000, which includes funding at one of Arizona's 3 public state universities for tuition, housing, meals, and study abroad, membership in a university honors college with small classes, guest lectures, and research experiences, intellectual, cultural, and social activities developed exclusively for Flynn scholars, and graduating without debt. Flynn scholars will join a powerful alumni network to empower them to become agents of discovery, creativity, and leadership who will make a difference in the world. The Flynn Scholars Class of 2022, well, it says will be announced later this month, but I just learned who has become a scholarship recipient, so that's coming. And we certainly hope that our 3 Flynn Scholar finalists become part of this extraordinary group. And our first finalist has, may I introduce Flynn Scholar from Barry Goldwater High School, Neha Bedwar. Oh, we're going to do individual and group. Oh, there's more. Congratulations, Neha. Next up from Mountain Ridge, congratulations to Salil Nak. Dr. Zerbach is encouraging the principals to join their students. And it's a really big night for Barry Goldwater because Desiree Wynn is also going to be a Flynn Scholar. Congratulations, Desiree. Desiree, stay right there. We're going to do a group photo. Neha, come on back up. And did Salil leave? Oh, he's here. Awesome. We're going to do a group photo with all of our Flynn Scholar finalists. The Mamarazzi. All right. Congratulations. All right, tonight we had planned to honor our 5 National Merit semifinalists. We are not able to do that tonight because we recently learned they're all finalists. I'm not making that up. We just literally learned they were all finalists, which is awesome. The National Merit Scholarship Program is an academic competition for recognition in college scholarships. Finalists represent the top 0.5% of the state's senior students. These academically talented high school seniors have an opportunity to compete for some 7,500 National Merit Scholarships worth about $35 million. To be considered for a National Merit Scholarship, our 5 students have fulfilled requirements to advance to finalist standing, submitting a detailed scholarship application, which includes essays and information about extracurricular achievements, awards, and leadership positions. They also must have an outstanding academic record, be endorsed by a school official, and earn SAT scores that confirm their qualifying test performance. Winners are the finalists judged to be the strongest combination of academic skills and achievements, extracurricular accomplishments, and potential for success in rigorous university studies. Past scholarship winners include Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, astronaut Mae Jemison, filmmaker M. Night Shyamalan, and best-selling novelist Stephanie Meyer. Let's introduce DVUSD's National Merit Scholarship finalists. First, from Boulder Creek High School, congratulations to Quinn Robinson. When your boss requests it, you know. Our next 4 students all hail from Mountain Ridge High School. Oh, stand by. Grandma's coming. Good luck with your injury. All right. right, now from Mountain Ridge High School, please congratulate National Merit Scholarship finalist Parth Batra. Yep. From Mountain Ridge, congratulations to National Merit Scholarship finalist Aiden Bowers. We are going to do a, well, we're going to do a big group photo at the end. Okay, okay. He's going to get you on the group photo. Congratulations, Aiden. Our next National Merit Scholarship finalist does know that he has received a National Merit Scholarship for ASU where he will attend next year. Congratulations, Caden Nichols. And unfortunately, our last finalist cannot be here tonight because she's currently accepting an award at another event. But please help me congratulate National Merit Scholarship finalist Manali Shah. Let's have all of our DVUSD National Merit Scholarship finalists come back up for one group photo. Actually, a couple group photos. I'm going to get one with Ridge. Yep, yeah, yeah. All right, and Mountain Ridge students, stay where you are. We're going to do a principal picture. You're free to go. Take Grandma to dinner. All right, congratulations, finalists. All right, our big night continues. Our next two awards feature national champions from the USA Spirit competition. First up is the 2022 Jazz National Championship. The road to the championship was not easy for the Palm team from Mountain Ridge High School. The team endured injuries, illness, quarantines, And then came news of their head coach's cancer diagnosis. The girls were devastated, but they immediately came together to support her and one another. The team never gave up on expanding their performance abilities or their technique and pushed through until the end of a very long season. They dedicated their touching jazz routine to their coach. Here is Mountain Ridge Palm Team's National Championship Jazz performance.
Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, that'll bring you down.
Congratulations to the National Jazz Champions from Mountain Ridge High School, Avery Arnold, Tatum Bondi, Allie Brown, Gianna Brown, Campbell Burchin, Brooklyn Bustamante, Tatum Lopez, Lily Noto, Cami Ritzler, and their coaches Diane McLean and Megan Nolan.
Ready to try to come down once, all of you on the, no, you stay there. The group behind you. Yeah, ladies, come down.
And then, I can't super see it, so if you go. Yeah, yeah, in between. There you go.
Do you want to have them hold the certificate, Kayla? Yeah. Who's got the certificate? We'll just do. Congratulations, girls. One national championship is not enough for Deer Valley. Our second award from the USA Spirit Competition features the national champion 5-men stunt team from Sandra Day O'Connor High School. Five-Man Stunt is a voluntary part of Spirit Line where athletes come together and choose to do additional Spirit Line routines. It's different from the team routine because five-man is very much driven by the athletes. They get back what they put in. The routines and practices are very collaborative. So not only are they working more stunting skills, but also learning to be better as a team. They make decisions together on what skills they would like to work on and what they think needs to be changed. During their national finals performance, their music stopped, but they handled it like true professionals without skipping a beat. Take a look. Congratulations to the national champion five-men stunt team from Sandra Day O'Connor High School, Aaron Burns, Piper Calhoun, Morgan Merrill, Nicole Merrill, and Malia Samuels, and their director, Michelle Murphy, and coach, Lindsay Murphy. Congratulations. Good job. That concludes tonight's awards and recognition. The regular governing board meeting begins at 7.
Could you please register Mrs. Fisher's vote? Okay, if you'll just bear with me while we work through these technical difficulties. Okay, we're back.
All right, so are we ready?
Excellent. So motion for 3A.
I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation for the principal of Mirage Elementary, as Ms. Bobby Saro.
A second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Mrs. Moffett?
Administration is pleased to recommend Bobby Saro as the candidate for principal of Mirage School. Bobby currently is the assistant principal over at Union Park and has served in a variety of capacities at the school level and district level in DVUSD. Very long times. So we're excited for you, Bobby.
Okay. Oh. And we appreciate the administration's recommendation. Now, board members, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. So now you can clap. And Mrs. Saro, if you'd like to share a comment or two.
I would just like to thank you. I am very honored and humbled for this opportunity. I am exceptionally thrilled to become a road runner, and I am very much looking forward to next year. So thank you.
Wonderful. Congratulations. All right, we will move on to 3B.
I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation for the principal of Copper Creek as Ms. Christine Myers.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Mrs. Moffett.
Administration is pleased to recommend Miss Myers. She currently serves as the dean over at Copper Creek and now the recommended principal for Copper Creek. She's also served in a special education capacity, reading specialist capacity, and she has been a wonderful instructional coach to that staff, and we are excited to recommend her this evening as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mrs. Moffett. Board members, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and congratulations. Would you like to please share a few words?
Wow. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm super excited to serve as the principal of Copper Creek, and you won't find a better place. Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations.
All right, I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation for the principal of Hillcrest Middle School. If you can hold your applause, Brad Bazell.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Mrs. Moffett, or Dr. Zerbach, I'm
Go ahead.
not sure.
Fight it out.
Mrs. O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, it is administration's recommendation for Brad Brazel to be the next principal at Hillcrest. We believe he will do a wonderful job.
Excellent. Board members, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Brazel. Mr. Brazel, would you please like to say a few words?
Just thank you so much. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I've got my new fan club over here, so thank you guys for coming out. Just really excited for the opportunity to serve Hillcrest, the best middle school in the district. Don't you agree, Michelle?
How?
Thank you very much.
And for those who are watching us from home who can't see, he's sitting next to the recommended principal for Desert Sky Middle School. So got a little jab in there. All right, this is Ordway.
And when you're the last one to be asked to be approved, you get the last word, Michelle. Anyway, I would ask the governing board accept the administration's recommendation for principal of Desert Sky Middle School, Michelle Martin, and please don't hold your applause.
We have a motion and a second. Dr. Zurbach?
Mrs. O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, again, it is administration's recommendation of Michelle Martin to be the next principal at Desert Sky. She has done a wonderful job where she has been at Mountain Ridge, and we know she will continue doing a fabulous job at Desert Sky. Thank you.
Excellent. Board member. Thank you for that recommendation, Dr. Zurbach. Board members, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mrs. Martin. And as Mrs. Ordway says, you get the last word.
Thunderbolts. Come on. No. I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity. I'm super excited to serve Desert Sky. It's an honor, and I will do right by you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm going to take this moment to ask or tell all of you that if you are here just to, on behalf of one of these wonderful principals who's just been approved, not staying for the entire meeting, now would be the time to get up and leave, and we'll applaud one more time for all of our new principals.
Oh, that'll be perfect. Thank you. I'll just put it in my bottle.
If you could please head out into the lobby, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. Actually, I'm going to Okay, really do need to ask everybody to please go to the lobby so we can continue with the. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you to sit down and stay for the whole meeting. I mean, not that I wouldn't love to have you all here for the whole meeting. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So exciting that we can have start our evening off so well. So we are going to move into old business 6A, which is.
I would ask that the governing board approve the 2020-2021 certified performance pay plan as recommended.
I think you mean 2022-2023
Yes,
performance pay plan, I understand. All right, do we have a second?
I second.
All right, and I believe we're going to go to Dr. Smith for that.
President O'Brien, there are no changes to the plan that we presented at the last meeting.
Okay. Mrs. Ordway has a question. Oh, you do not. I apologize. I thought you said you had a question. Any other board members have questions? I just have I'd like some quick background. Dr. Smith, at one time, our certified performance pay plan was on a per school basis, correct?
President O'Brien, there was a component that was based on school level performance. Yes, that's correct.
And did that provide for differentiated pay for teachers based on the school's letter grade?
President O'Brien, yes, it did.
And can you remind me approximately when we transitioned from the performance pay being at a per school basis to based on the number of school, basically the overall grade of our school district?
President O'Brien, I could say it's been over the overall district distribution of letter grades I can't tell you exactly the date, but 5 or 6 years.
Okay, thank you very much. And so based with that change, the teachers now all receive the same amount based on the performance of all the schools in the district.
President O'Brien, they receive the same amount for that component of the plan. There's still differentiation for the evaluation and the professional responsibility hours.
Okay, and that portion is about, oh, sorry, I can look here and, is that 25%, the payout for the
Yes.
school part? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? Mrs. Paperman?
So, so to what degree is evaluation for a teacher to get full performance pay? So what happens with evaluation if they do not meet that goal?
Excuse me. President O'Brien, Ms. Haverman, the evaluation component, which is 50% of the plan, is a function of how they perform on the first 6 standards of their evaluation.
Okay.
And if they receive at least an effective or highly effective score on each of those 6 standards, then they will qualify for 100%. If I will scroll down real quickly, thank you, Mr. Miglierino. Here is how the evaluation works. You can see we just give them points for a highly effective, effective, developing, or ineffective. And then based on the average score, if they get 2.8 or higher, they get 100% of it. If they get between 2.6 and 2.79, they get 85%, so forth and so forth. And basically, here are some examples that will show you. I'm going to look at teacher number 2 in the middle here. Here would be an example of a hypothetical teacher that had 1 developing and 5 effectives. They would have a 2.83 average, still receiving 100%. Teacher 3, you'd have to have at least 2 developings to not receive 100% of the evaluation portion.
Okay, so another question is, so this is based just on 1 or 2 evaluation of coming into the classroom and observing a teacher?
I might ask Ms. Moffitt to step in here, but the evaluation is based on, it could be 1 observation, but in most cases 2 observations of the classroom for a full lesson plan with follow-up review of that evaluation with the teacher.
So another question that I have, student data. So they say if a teacher does not meet the evaluation and there's growth on the student data, can a teacher use student data to show proof that they're an effective teacher in their evaluation?
President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, in the plan that has been presented, no. The student learning objective or the student goal, which is standard number 6 of their evaluation, is not a component of the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Paperman. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Sorry, it's taking a little bit to get loaded. Has everybody been able to record their vote?
Yeah, it was delayed, but it showed up.
Okay, great, thank you. Item 6B.
I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the FY20 or fiscal year 23 negotiated solution team salary recommendation.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Miglierino?
President O'Brien, members of the board, Finch, did want to comment quickly that this recommendation was shared with the board at the previous meeting as a preview item. It has changed since that preview. The negotiation solution team did meet. I wanted to recognize many members of the NST that are even in the audience this evening for their continuing efforts. They're noted on this slide here, which has not changed since the preview. As I mentioned, a little feedback from this mic, I apologize. The the negotiation solution team did meet on April 4th, which was I'll say, unscheduled meeting because we typically meet the second Tuesday of the month. And that was a result of the preview item and the comments that we received from the governing board, which was the catalyst for the changes that we'll go over. The budget assumptions have not changed, with the exception of, on the second page here, the classroom site fund. So there's almost $6 million worth of classroom site fund additional dollars for next year, and that created an $1,880 increase to the certified and other professional staff. That was not included in what we previewed because we did not have the classroom site fund allocation when we previewed this at the previous meeting. The information regarding the salary increase remains a 6% recommendation for the certified, other professional, and classified staff, and a 5% increase for the admin and exempt group. That does not include the classroom site fund amount. This is just the district's M&O portion, and that's that just over $11 million amount that you see at the bottom of this page here. There's been a lot of discussion about how the money would be distributed, and we'll get into that. On this page, we actually have the changes maybe more in a numerical format, and then we'll have it in a narrative format on the subsequent pages. But the changes here is the admin exempt group. Their increase remains at 5%. Their distribution of that 5%, just under $700,000, was originally proposed to be a 50-50 split, so 50% of it to be a percentage increase, 50% of it to be a flat increase. After some discussions, the Deer Valley Building Leadership Team, as well as NST, had some conversations about this. We did some math on the numbers. They are now recommending that change to a 40% percentage increase and a 60% flat increase. The net effect of that is this provides a slightly larger increase for those at the bottom of the schedule than those at the top of the schedule. We did continue to show that the new hire increase would be half of the percentage and all of the flat. This also will help the bottom or the starting pay for that group. The certified and OPS, when we previewed this with you initially, we had two options as the DVEA was conducting a survey. It is now recommended that it be a 100% percentage increase at 6%, and that the increase for the hiring amount be 70% of that 6% or 4.2%, with an additional $1,000 of the classroom site fund. We'll get into some of those details. So that's the same for the certified and the other professional staff. In future years, we might be able to collapse those two groups. They were kept separately over the years. There is a separate salary schedule for those two different groups, but before the classroom site fund was altered in this year, they were not eligible for classroom site fund dollars. Classified group did not change from the preview. Remains a 40-60 distribution, 40% of their 6% being a percentage increase, 60% being flat, and half of that percentage and all of that flat being added to the starting wage, plus an additional $1 million in classified compression, which also includes some reclassification of our positions that drive buses for us. So what this looks like in a more narrative form is the salary recommendation is to fund the professional growth that's been earned, just over $67,000, and then provide increases in the following manner, as I just described. So 6% to the base contract for our certified teachers, and then increasing the starting pay from the current rate of $41,750 to $44,500. The way we get there is you take the $41,750 that we're currently paying, add the 4.2%, which is 70% of the 6% increase, and add $1,000 of the classroom site fund increase. So that gets us to the 44.5 as the projected increase for the certified teachers for next year, pending the board's decision this evening. Then there are two trigger amounts that are consistent with all the groups that are based on a percentage increase that would be, if realized, as we have talked about at length, the aggregate expenditure limit, if that is to get resolved for fiscal year 23, and just as a reminder, it has or was resolved for fiscal year 22, and I know you've heard Ms. Mock speak about this at length, but for fiscal year 23, it has not yet been resolved. If it is to be resolved, we do have some reserves that we are withholding to be able to make sure that we have some options in case the aggregate expenditure limit does not get resolved by the legislature. And if it does get resolved, we would like to further reward our employees, and that would be an additional 1.5% increase. If the salary, or if our average daily membership or our enrollment increases because we are funded based on current year funding, we would also want to further recognize our employees for their effort. That would be an additional 1.5% if the average daily membership does exceed 32,500 by December 1st of 2022, which is just before the 100th day period for us. Further describes how that would be paid out, just so there wouldn't be any question. The OPS staff, which is next on the list, follows exactly in the same manner as the certified teaching group, and so I won't go into detail regarding that. I'd just be repeating myself. The classified group, again, a 6% salary increase, 40% of it as a percentage increase, which would be 2.4%, and then 60% as a flat dollar increase, or 75 cents per hour. In addition to that, we do have the chart that's off to the left is our attempt to deal with classified compression, salary compression due to minimum wage increases. Current minimum wage is $12.80. We have ranges 4 through 19 are all making $12.80. With this proposal and the increase that's involved, we would increase our lowest starting rate to $13.70. Again, because of all the vacancies we have, this would help us to attract people into these positions. In addition to the salary increases and the compression that I just tried to briefly describe, there are some transportation positions that we're reclassifying from range 27 to 28, which ends up being a 36-cent per hour increase for that group, or 44 cents for our transportation supervisory positions, the 5 positions that we have in that classification. And then this group also has the same trigger language of 1.5%, again, if the aggregate expenditure limit is reached or resolved, and if the average daily membership is exceeded by 32,500. The final group is the admin exempt group. This percentage is lower than the other two. Those were at 6%. This is at 5%. And again, this distribution change from the preview, 40% is a percentage increase and 60% is a flat dollar, or $2,402. So we would continue to have half of the percentage and all of the flat dollar be added to the beginning wages for this group. And again, they have the 2 trigger languages included as well. New for this, new since this was previewed, is the classroom site fund. This did go up considerably. Last year, the actual dollar amount per weighted student count was $733. It actually went down to $708 for this year, but we only allocated $522 of that $733 last year due to the fact that the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, who creates these estimates, indicated that only $522 of that of the allocation for fiscal year 22 was sustainable. The rest of it was one-time funds. So we took the one-time funds and we made a payment to our classroom side fund eligible people in December as a one-time payment. It was not included in their salary. This year, the new allocation came out. It's a sustainable $708, which is a considerable increase. And so we're proposing that all of that be added into the salaries, which would be a flat dollar increase for our certified and OPS staff, which is just under 3.5% on average. And that would be $1,880. And you can see the classroom side fund and Fund 20 amounts that are totaling the $6,620. So in a sense, what ends up happening is, even though I made the comment that the certified and OPS are getting a 6% percentage increase at 6% without it being distributed between a flat amount, in reality, due to the classroom side fund increase, 33% of the almost 9.5% that we'd be approving for the certified and OPS would be a flat dollar increase with the classroom side fund. This information was not shared at the preview, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear about that. So essentially, we're talking about if you were to take all of the funds that are in the recommendation, again, about a 9.5% increase without the triggers for our certified and OPS. 33% of that would be a flat increase. If you take all of the amount that the classified group, including the compression, would be about a 7.5% increase. And then a 5% increase for our admin exempt group. So there's been quite a bit of discussion about the information that I just shared, but I'll just briefly go over the process so we kind of know what the next steps are. Tonight is the formal consideration. I think there may be some questions that I want to make sure that there's time for. If it is approved tonight, then we will bring back the salary schedules to approve at the April 26th board meeting. We will then start the budget revision for next year, the budget revision for the current year, and then immediately following, start to work on the proposed budget, the formal budget. And that is assuming that the legislature is at a point where they can let us know exactly what our resources are going to look like for next year. We understand that that could be a lengthy process, this legislative session. So with that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miglerino. We do have 3 public speakers on this item. 4. Oh, 4. I apologize. We have 4, so we'll be taking those now.
All right. So if Ms. Fisher, Mr. Beckman, Ms. Smith, and Mrs. Keene could line up, I'll read the admonishment. The board invites public comment on the district's business in general and/or on any agenda item in specific. All speakers must observe the rule of decorum. Speakers must fill out a card listing name, address, and topic, and hand it to the board secretary prior to the president calling the meeting to order. Speakers must make their comments in no more than 3 minutes. If necessary to accommodate all speakers within the 30-minute overall time, the board president may shorten the speaker's time. Constructive criticism is in order. Rudeness, vulgarity, and disruptive conduct or remarks that are disrespecting personal dignity are not in order and will not be allowed. Under the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the governing board cannot discuss or act on any items that are not listed on the agenda. Board members may respond to criticism made by a speaker, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. So with that, Ms. Fisher.
If you'd please state your name for the record, and then your time will begin.
My name is Kelly Fisher. I am a 21-year veteran teacher here in Deer Valley. Good evening, President O'Brien, governing board members, Dr. Finch, colleagues, and guests. I am here tonight to talk to you about the NST salary recommendation. As a leader on my campus, in my community, and in my union, I understand the need to look to the future. I am always thinking about who's going to replace me. I know it's important. But as an educator, I also understand the importance of making those experienced teachers and certified employees feel valued and respected. I stand before you tonight to ask you to honor the NST process and the voices of our certified employees and approve the NST salary recommendation for the 2022-2023 school year as written. The certified employees are asking to be compensated for the amazing and important jobs they do every day. Let's just think about that for a second. Not only does every certified employee show up every day and do the job they're asked to do, they're also mentoring, supporting, and preparing all those new educators who are going to someday take our places. So the ask is simple: honor the work that the NST team has done and honor the voices of educators like me. Thank you.
Next speaker, please step to the microphone, Mr. Beckman. You're next. Please state your name for the record, and then your time will begin.
The woes of being tall. My name is Craig Beckman. Esteemed members of the governing board, I'm here tonight to talk about two things. I'd like to start by showing my appreciation for your consideration of the increase in employee pay tonight. Our district, transportation, and school employees are the most important assets in our public education system. And while money alone can never show how appreciative our community is for these people, it's a good start. I would implore that over the coming year, the district and governing board members continue to find ways to increase employee pay and benefits to ensure that we have a chance at retaining and acquiring qualified staff that our children's education are so dependent on. Parents listening, I would ask that you also reach out to your kids' teachers and let them know how thankful you are for the time, hard work, and passion they put into our community's children. For too long, we've taken our school employees for granted, and it's more important than ever to show our appreciation. Secondly, I'd like to talk about a student's right to freedom of speech.
Mr. Beckman, we can stop your time here, and you can come back at the end during regular public comments. You will have 2 minutes at that time because you still have that left. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is
Katie.
All right, please state your name for the record, and then your time will begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Katie May. I am here. I actually would like to do another comment later too. But as a parent, I want to say thank you to the teachers and staff for all that they do. And I know it's all about the kids. If COVID has taught us anything, it's to appreciate the job that you guys do. So I urge the school board in the district to give focus to increasing the salary and the way that they are asking for. I would like to give a big thanks to my children's teacher. They are part of the Renaissance program, and they get to practice coming up and giving presentations in front of large groups just like this. This year, excuse me, this year one of my kids did a presentation on particle physicists, and the other one did a presentation on astrophysicists. They got to interview people that work in those fields and give presentations on the knowledge that they gained. The district is only as good as its teachers and programs like that. My kids are in school to do more than learn the basics of 1, 2, 3 and ABCs, and DVUSD gets that, so please consider our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Please state your name for the record, and then your time will begin.
Good evening. My name is Allison Oswald Keene. I want to thank President O'Brien, Governing Board, Dr. Finch, my colleagues and community members for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I stand here before you tonight as not only the current DVEA president and a longtime DVEA building representative and executive board member, but also as a 28-year veteran of Deer Valley. I've had the honor and privilege of opening Desert Mountain School, opening Terramar, and now opening DVOA Aspire, and I have been thrilled with all of those opportunities. I've always backed what was right for the collective good, and whether that was necessarily right for me and my family, the best choice, I stand behind the voice of the collective. However, tonight, I'd like to share with you more of a personal story. I know there was discussion before about the 60-40 split versus the full percentage and benefits on one end or the other. I am someone that is on that upper end because of 20 by 2020, because of the benefits that this district has brought, as good as we are with our community, with our kids. and the funds that have been available. My husband and I have both been employees here. He had to retire a few years ago. We were part of the group of teachers that had wages frozen for several years, part of the 500 Club when Prop 123 came into existence, and newer to the profession teachers received higher funds in some of those years than those of us that had been around longer. I hit my 25 years. I was entitled then to a longevity addenda, which I very much appreciated, but I had to contact and ask for it. It wasn't automatically put. And just so that you know, it's a one-time, 1 year, not an ongoing addition to your salary. But I appreciate being given that as a value for my service. My husband, as I said, was a longtime certified employee of the district. He retired about 5 years ago due to medical reasons. We continue to face those medical costs and will do so for the foreseeable future. I know that having this raise coming this year, being a full percentage, will help us to be able to pay those costs that his chemotherapy and all of the other tests that he has to go through. So for that reason, I ask you to please honor the presentation that was given, the ratification that was taken, and for once, I'm looking at being selfish, but it's the first time in 28 years, so thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, board members, questions? Mrs. Paperman?
Well, I would like to say I'm glad to see the 6% salary increase on the base contract. Even myself as a school teacher, especially seeing the way the economy is, gas prices, foods going up, this is going to make a big difference to support our staff, certified and classified. We need also to value our veterans teacher. Yeah, we understand that we need to bring up the salary for new teachers. But the reality is we have teachers that have committed to our district for many years. And also having a salary increase for retirement, that also helps in the long run as your salary goes up. So we need to find ways to make life better for our community within Deer Valley, within our staff. If it's health insurance, anything that we can do with salary, because right now I hear teachers say this percentage is going to help even to pay for gas. They have to drive. It's going to support in many ways as the economy, prices go up. So we need to match. We need to match our salary to what's happening in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Paperman. Mrs. Fisher?
I actually have a couple. Mr. Michelino, have we looked again back in, I think it was 2015, maybe 16, when we looked at the compression of our staff and specifically at our teachers? I believe Mike Gregoire had put together a spreadsheet. Have we done any kind of an analysis like that to see, are we getting back in that same situation where our teachers are having those kind of issues, that we need to address that again and find a way to address that?
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, we have not done the formal scatter plot analysis that we did back in that year that you're referencing, but we did make major adjustments in that year to be able to align people more to the progression line on that scatter plot, and so, but we haven't looked at it since.
Would it be difficult for us to do something like that again? I mean, drop down the data, and since we already have the model?
It would not be difficult to do. I think one of the things that we learned from the exercise is that, as with any data set, there are anomalies that aren't captured in just the numerical or quantifiable things of, somebody's salary or their years of service, which is how we developed that scatter plot when we did that exercise. So there are going to be nuances to the data that we have that probably would need to be taken into consideration in more detail than it was in the year that we did it.
And are we doing total comp statements now? I think it passed a couple years ago.
Yeah,
Annual total comps?
passed last year, so total compensation statements will be published likely in July.
Okay. So it may be a benefit. I don't know if the rest of the board's interested, but I would just like to make sure somehow, whether we look at data from the total comp statements or we look at something similar to that scatter plot that we did in the past, just make sure that we're not, we don't have a certain set of teachers that are either being missed or bypassed, or just make sure that we're not creating the mess that was there before. A lot of changes were made to fix that because we did want to honor our teachers long before 2020, the 20 by 2020 ever occurred. And we made great strides, but if we don't monitor it and we go backwards, it won't do any good. The second question I had, and I know we've received emails from various individuals, and the association sent out their surveys. But one of the things I did was kind of run the numbers into what that jump would be from benefit one group versus benefit the other. And 46% of our 44% of our teachers will benefit greater from the flat 6%, and 56% of our teachers would have benefited by the 20 or the 60-40 split. Did we in any way engage with with those teachers that will be impacted the other direction, just to know? I mean, there is a point to be made that our longest serving teachers, there's something to be said for that longevity, for honoring them, but there's also something to be said for not, again, creating the mess we were in before. I've always been a proponent of percentage increases into their base so they don't go backwards every year. But did we look at that?
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, the DVA Association did send out a survey to all of their representatives and received information regarding the option for a 60-40 split over a straight percentage increase. And then, and that information was shared at the last board meeting as part of the preview. And I think, if I remember correctly, I believe it was 80% of those responses were in favor of a straight percentage increase. And then the DVA went back out as we altered the salary recommendation, as I just dealt with, and then received a ratification vote again of all of the people in those positions, not just members of their association. And I think there were only 11 no votes of the almost 1,200 votes that were cast.
So there's 1,200 is how many responded?
Yeah, 1,187 was the number of respondents. So 1,187, and 11 of those were no votes. 1,176 were in favor of the recommendation as we have presented it this evening.
So less than 50% participation, is that correct?
A little over 50%.
A little over 50.
Over 50? 21? Okay, yeah, a little over 50. Do we know of those? Well, I guess we wouldn't. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Ordway?
My question is, when the negotiations were going on and we have talked about new teachers coming in, newer teachers staying, as we discussed, all teachers staying, but certainly the newer ones, how how was it addressed, or was it addressed, that these negotiations would attract, keep, and value the new or newer to the profession? How was that addressed?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, one of the objectives that we talked about at NST at the beginning of the presentation we shared, we start early in the year, right? So before we even know a lot of information that's valuable to even starting to craft a salary recommendation, we talk about where we stand financially as a district, and we talk about some of the challenges that we're faced as an organization. So one of the objectives that we set out for NST to address was to work on trying to come up with a strategy or strategies to be able to help with the vacancies because it's being felt across the district. And so that's why there was a commitment over $1 million with the classified group to try and fill some of those. So the NST agreed that there needed to be a disproportionate amount of money provided to the classified group, not only this year, but maybe in future years, plural. It's kind of an initial start to that with the recommendation that's before you this evening, but also an effort to be able to make sure that we have increased the starting pay for our certified other professional staff and even our admin exempt group. That's why there was a larger commitment for adding to the starting salary amount, which includes an addition of the Classroom Site Fund, which I don't recall in my history that we've added Classroom Site Fund to the starting pay. But again, to make sure that we have a competitive offer to be able to attract more people into positions throughout the district, not just in any one particular group.
And then if you could go over again for our beginning salary, what is the percentage that has gone up in this iteration of the ask?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, so the current starting salary for teachers, $41,750 for this year. In what's being proposed, we would increase that to $44,500. That's a little over a 6.5% increase to the starting salary.
And that starting salary is competitive with our districts that we normally want to be competitive with, yes or no?
It depends on which salary you're referring to, the current one or the proposed one.
Talking about the proposed one, I already know what the current one, where that one's.
We believe that the proposed salary would be more in alignment with, or closer in alignment with some of our neighboring districts and what they are offering. Currently, we are, I think, only if the race was to who is starting the lowest, I think we're second only to the Peoria School District currently. This would move us up in that ranking.
It would move us up to what place?
We would probably be, from the adjacent districts to us, we'd probably be, of the adjacent 4 districts, we would probably be second. I don't know what they're, and the reason
I was going to say they haven't done theirs yet, correct?
We do not have all the information from the other districts, what they're doing with their salary recommendation, but I believe it'll make us second.
Okay, and I don't know that this belongs here, but if it doesn't, then answer it some other point in time. When we have a teacher from another district come and they've been teaching for 26 years, how do we compensate our district for having that experience come into our district? What percentage of their years do they get?
So I won't be ignoring you, but I'm going to make sure I'm getting some positive confirmation from my peripheral here. We provide them for up to 5 years of credit for service and at $800 per year, $700 per year. As I said, $700.
Okay, and at some other point in time, we'll just need to understand the rationale for that. But anyway, for now, that's all I have.
Actually, to that point, I'd like to understand that rationale now.
The year that Ms. Fisher is referencing, the year when we were working with Prop 123 money, previous to that, in the certified manual outlined up to 5 years of experience at $800 $1,500 a year. The year that we adjusted salaries and I believe differentiated it by $700, that's what caused it to drop $700 so that there would at least be a $700 differential between years and that those people wouldn't leapfrog over anyone in our system. So the manual is what says 5 years. It would be a board-approved change for us to add any additional years, or it would be a board-approved change for us to value it any differently. The thing to consider anytime that you're going to do that is if you're going to pay years of service on the outside and you're going to value it at a certain rate, will it cause that person to make more than someone in your system with the same amount of service? So those are the things that we consider in making those decisions, and we certainly have been talking about that a lot lately.
So just so I make sure I understand, what you're saying is if we hire somebody from a neighboring district who has 10 years of service, we limit the amount we give them in a per year experience so that we can ensure they don't make more money than somebody who's making here that's been here 10 years?
That really is not the number 5. 5 is pretty consistent. When you go from district to district, they will honor 5. You might sometimes see a district that will go a little bit higher, or only in an area like special education or speech, they might honor more years of experience. But to answer your question specifically, it's the value that we give for each of those years that matters the most, because they may leapfrog over people in the system with the same amount of service. So I'll also remind the board, if you were on the board at the same point in time, the Prop 123 year, we had a different hard-to-fill structure. We had a hard-to-fill structure that I believe when it was created a very long time ago, the intent was people from the outside that had years of experience. And so we honored 5 years of service at $800, and beyond that, up to 20 years, we gave them $1,200. So we did have many people in our system in special education that had $18,000 hard-to-fill addendas. And so pulling someone in from the outside, they were making a lot more money than teachers working on the inside. And so at that point in time, we shifted the hard-to-fill structure to be $2,000 for everyone in the system and outside the system. Later, the board approved a $3,000 hard-to-fill, but that was why the board made that decision, was because we people from the outside at a much higher rate than anyone inside the system.
That was doing the same job.
That was doing the same job.
Right. So if we're doing apples to apples, a special education teacher that was coming from outside could not just leapfrog, but Superman building jump over. Okay.
That's right.
I appreciate that clarification. Mrs. Fisher?
To that same point, we also, I believe, had an issue with individuals being hired in with a specialty, but then they would change jobs and it would stay with them. The pay would stay even though they were no longer doing that. Did we address that? Or that was the concern? I don't know if it was accurate or not, but was that addressed?
It's possible that it was brought up as a concern, but once a person transfers out of a hard-to-fill category, they do lose the addenda attached to it, and that would have been true at that time as well. They would forfeit that $18,000 addenda.
Okay, so but we did resolve those issues so that our teachers are not being subjected to the same things, because I know it was a significant concern for our certified staff. Okay, thank you.
Are you, Mrs. Reed?
It would be really helpful to have some more information about that in our Friday update, because I was not on the board during that time. So some more historical data and information and reasoning behind that would be very helpful to myself, and I'm assuming Mrs. Paperman as well. And what would make sense to me, and I'm just throwing it out there, is that if we had a teacher who came from another school district who wanted to work at Deer Valley and was taking a $10,000 pay cut, it would make sense to me that if we wanted that person, we would be able to figure out a way to match the salary that they were at before. However, that's just that's in the business world, that's what you do. And I understand that that's not always what we do in the education world, but that would make sense to me. A couple of questions. I know that in some of the information that we had received, and it may have been a figure that was thrown out in the last board meeting, we had a 52,500 or something around that dollar point that was kind of the break even point. Am I remembering that figure correctly? That there was a specific dollar point that if a teacher made over that, then the 6%, they would earn more money that way. And if they made under that, then they would not be receiving as much money. Is that correct? Is that dollar amount?
Yeah, President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, so basically at the average for the calculation, which ends up being $52,025 in annual base salary, it would make no difference if it was a 6% increase or if it was a 60-40 split in the distribution. The amount of the funds that the teacher earning $52,025 would be exactly the same.
Okay, thank you. And then, you know, we've talked quite a bit about veteran teachers as compared to beginning teachers, newer teachers. And I know that when we have done these previously, we had a lot of concerns about raising the starting teacher salary, and then teachers in year 3, between 3 and 5, you know, they weren't making very minimal compared to what a starting teacher had, and so there were some issues and problems with that. So, and I know that this is a question that I didn't ask, and you might not have the information to share right away, but do we know what the turnover rate is for our 5-year and under teachers?
We do. And that's something we can provide to you on Friday. It is not something I know off the top of my head, but that's something we can share with you.
Okay, that would be helpful to see what percentage, based upon maybe 5-year brackets of teachers aren't choosing to return to the district and sign their contract.
Yeah.
And then can you also kind of give me a ballpark figure? When we look at the average salary of that $52,000, how many years of service is that about?
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, if I drag my feet long enough to log onto the Auditor General site, it's, if you want to test my memory, which I think you should, I think it's 12.3-ish, maybe 11. I'll stop guessing as soon as I get to the document. $12.3. Ooh, not bad.
So if I can make an assumption that break-even point, if you are a teacher in our district that has worked under 12.3 years, going with a flat 6% raise, you would be leaving money on the table as opposed to getting that 60-40 split. Is that correct?
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, yeah, I think it gets confusing, at least to me, when we say flat 6%, because I think we're mixing the word flat in. If it's only a 6% increase, and I was here for 12 years and making the average, then it would make no difference at all, 60-40 or otherwise. But if I was here less than 12 years, and made less than the $52,000, then I would be making more if the distribution included a flat amount.
A straight dollar amount.
The 64 split, right? The
split.
60-40 split that includes a flat amount.
Correct. I'm sorry if I wasn't.
I just wanted to clarify that that's what you were saying, as opposed to receiving the full 6%.
Correct. So,
6%.
and again, it depends on, well, if you make more than the $52,000, regardless of how many years you've been here, you're going to get more with the 6% increase than if we carve out a portion of that as a flat dollar increase, as what was one of the options that we shared when we previewed this with you.
And I'm sorry, Mrs. Moffett, one more question, and if you don't have this information now, that's okay too. Do we have information on what the turnover rate is in our district for, let's use that 12-year number? Is it a higher turnover rate for teachers that have been with our district under 12 years, or a higher turnover rate for teachers in our district for over 12 years?
That certainly could be something that we would find for you. My guess would be we tend to be on trend with the state and nationally, and that's that you lose around years 3 to 5. If they make it past year 5, a teacher will tend to stay with you longer.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have right now. I have comments to add later, but.
Okay. So when this was presented last meeting, I had expressed, as well as some of my fellow governing board members, that there would be more surveying of the teachers. I received the emails, as did my fellow board members, and I reached out to those teachers as well as teachers that I know. And what is perplexing and troubling to me is that some of the teachers who emailed me and asked me to vote for the 6% raise, when we talked and had a discussion about what their salary is and what that decision meant to them, it was concerning that they expressed that they didn't understand that the 6% would not give them as much as the 3.6 plus 1249 as a flat rate. And in those discussions, 2 of them had voted for ratification and told me they wished they could have had their votes back. So, and when I look further at the information provided that about our salaries for certified, in 2017, or I should say for the 2018 year, we approved a percentage increase. And those starting salaries, and I'm just going to give you the top and the bottom. So those starting salaries for that year were $40,100. That's employee A. And employee D on the higher end was $70,000. So there's about a $30,000 difference between the top and the bottom. And as that progresses over the last years, with all the raises being in a percent format. So everybody got a 1.5, or they got a 5%, or they got a 5% the next year, and then a 1%. What you come to in fiscal year 22 is that it is continuing to get larger and larger, the differentiation. So now in fiscal year 22, that employee A is making $50,500, and employee D is making $88,000, and now we have a $38,000 delta between those 2 employees, because we have done a percentage increase over year, which compounds those dollars. And we need to value all of our teachers. We need to value our teachers who have been here for 25 plus years, and we need to value our new teachers who come into the system and have been here for 3, 5, 7. I mean, we value all of our teachers. I don't understand, and I'm going to, I guess, accept responsibility, because I know in years past, in talking about raises, I believe we've talked about having the ability for teachers to, plug numbers in so they can see what that impact is. And I don't want it to come from an association for any of the employee groups. I want an employee to be able to go to the district website and click on the link and then punch in their salary, so that if there's two options, option A and option B, they can plug in their salary number, so there is no more confusion. These teachers have a lot going on, our staff has a lot going on. I understand how we get lost in that, and so I would ask, with the support from my fellow board members, that going forward from here on out, that is a directive to staff, that become something we make available, so when NST is happening, those options that are being considered are available on the website, so they can plug in their salary and they can understand exactly what that financial impact is to them. Too many teachers, in the few that I spoke to, enough of them I talked to and heard through talking to others, said they didn't understand the impact to them, that it's 6% sounded better to them, that they didn't understand that 3.6% plus 1249 was going to be more financially impactful to their salary. So, I'd like to hear from my fellow governing board members. Mrs. Fisher?
I have to say that I agree with Vince O'Brien that I don't believe individuals necessarily understood. Because I did run the numbers, and I ran the numbers with several teachers who didn't really understand, well, how do those numbers line up? What does that look like? And why do they have this flat dollar amount? How do they get it? And the information was all there in your presentation, but unless you are a numbers person that's going to toss them into a spreadsheet and go, this is what it looks like, which is part of why I sent in my inquiry earlier today of how many of our teachers are above the 52 and how many are below. And I just did a straight 52. And that's where I came out with 56% are below that 52 threshold, and 44% are above. Because my concern is I'm really worried that we are going to, and I know that we went through a lot with that whole scatter plot and people everywhere, and it's trying to fix an old problem that caused that 500 club that teachers talk about, and it really hurt the morale for some of those employees, and it was never the intention. And then we had a whole other set of our teachers that said, oh my God, thank you. I never thought, I've been here since I graduated college and I'm almost at retirement, and I never thought I would actually get a real raise. And they were very pleased that they were one of the ones that was fixed. I'm really worried that if we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to end up in that same situation. Not just people new coming in, jumping over our employees, but losing employees because they're never going to get caught up. When we look at that, and I do hear from teachers a lot that will say, well, but I have 3 masters. Okay, but they have 3 masters also, and they're 30,000 below you. It's difficult, and it's hard to make sense of teacher pay for that reason. So I would agree that we need some kind of a tool for them, and I actually thought we had requested one in the past, that there would be one on the site. And maybe it fell off at some point, but I was pretty sure at the time we resolved some of the issues that we had requested that there be a tool for them to calculate so they can make informed decisions. I don't know what that does for us today. I really don't, because we do need to honor that our teachers have, that's why I asked the question. We had, over 50% and only 11 said no. I find it hard to believe that over 50% didn't run the numbers and on the ratification. And sometimes we do have our staff or teachers that will knowingly say, I get it, this time it's not going to benefit me as much, but I want to honor this group. So that may be why they voted that way. So, but for future, I do agree we need to have for all of our staff to truly evaluate what these decisions mean to them. These shouldn't be something that we do to them. It should be something we do with them, and they should want the decisions that are made here. It's what I felt then, and it's what I feel now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Paperman?
So coming from a background, I come from a different district. We also have negotiations with salary. I don't know about Deer Valley, but one of the challenges that we do face, every school has communication where we share it with our teachers, give them the survey. But one of the challenges is for them to take the survey, or only some will give feedback and some will not give feedback. I know in my campus, I provide all the information, to the teachers, and I do not get all of them in the past when I ran for them to give their point of view or to help with the decision making. So I don't know how the Deer Valley process is, but I think when it comes down to survey, it's like pulling teeth. And it's not only in negotiation with money, it could be survey in other areas that, question, well, what's the majority, why there's only the percentage is not at least, 90%. So surveying is a challenge to get to everyone. Because as a teacher, even on my own campus, every year when I was in the negotiation committee was a challenge to get everyone. And even if I gave them the survey twice, I will not get any response back. But, so it depends on the individual if they want to provide that information.
Mrs. Ordway?
So we have followed normally for the last 13 years, we have gone with minus the one or 2 years with what the associations have proposed, hoping that they have kept in mind all of their members, or not members, those that are part of their certified, classified, so on and so forth. It's just hard to watch the newer employees come into our system, and we expect that they're going to stay because the ones that have been here longer, they need that, they want that, and you'll have to wait because it's not your turn right now, which is just the way it is. I mean, someone's going to get a higher raise, someone's going to get a lower raise. Classified, for me, has always looked out for 360 degrees, not saying that certified doesn't have the intentions of making sure that everyone will get something out of their negotiations. So I'm going to, as usual, most likely honor what they're asking for, but I am also going to ask this board to have an executive session, a study session, work session, because we really need to figure out how we are going to be equitable, smart, productive, and be the business that everyone wants us to be, to make sure our employees have some equity and we have employees to negotiate and pay, because it's hard enough as it is right now to compete with places that can pay you $20 for a lot of things an hour that possibly does not have you in a classroom, does not have you in a classroom for a multitude of tasks that you would be standing in a classroom for, whether that's teaching, cleaning, being the para, being the electrician or whatever. So I think we have to come to grips with having a meeting to figure out how we're going to help ourselves along and not continuing to quote unquote eat our young because we need to make more money because we don't have that much money to go around. So that's it.
Mrs. Reed?
Thank you, Mrs. Ordway, Mrs. O'Brien. I first want to say to our teachers, I highly, highly value the time and the work that you put into educating our students and preparing your lesson plans and preparing your classrooms to be a place of rest and refuge for your students as you're teaching them. While it's been 15 years or so since I've been in the classroom, I remember calculating my pay for the hours that I worked every week as a self-contained special education teacher, and I made $6.67 an hour. And given having a toddler at home and wanting to continue to expand my family, I decided to leave because $6.67 an hour was not worth the emotional toll and the time away from my family and raising my kids. So I understand completely what it is that you do and what we ask of you to do as a governing board and what the state asks of you to do. I think it's really important that we honor the process of what the language that's in NST. And while I don't agree with the entire process as it is or the language, I think the language itself in NST is confusing because it says, you know, it has to be a split. And sorry, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have it in front of me, but it has to be a split or whatever you decide. So I would like to see that language being changed. I don't think that it is the place of the governing board to change that language for you. I think that it is the place of NST to come up with better language that gives better direction and that is clearer for future negotiations. I would also like to ensure and see that when we're talking about teachers leaving at that 5-year mark, that moving forward, we ensure that teachers that are 5-year and under have a seat at the table to make sure that their viewpoints and their lenses are being considered. And I know that a lot of times we're talking about teachers that are fresh out of college and starting their lives and it's busy, but to at least extend that offer for them to have a seat at the table. I know that with other work groups and committees, we make sure that we have lots of different lenses that are being seen. So, and to include, you know, new principals and new administrators, new classified staff. I don't know if that thought will be entertained, but that's what I would like to see. Because I think that the needs that you have as a 5-year and under teacher might be different than the needs that you have as a 20+ veteran teacher. So that being said, I would like to suggest that we honor the negotiations of our recommendations this evening for the salary recommendation, and know that next year, while I won't be on the board, when I'm tuning into this meeting, I don't want to see the same thing happen. Last year, when we sat down and had this same meeting, the majority of the board said that this year, when we came back, we wanted a solution to fix some of these issues. We didn't want to continue to kick the can down the road, and that would be my request, is that that NST language would be changed so that we can finally start to have a solution. And I would agree with Mrs. Ordway that we would have a meeting to further discuss.
So while I haven't voted in the past to honor the language, again, I'm disappointed. I will tell you that approving a 6% raise tonight for the certified will further increase the divide between our lowest paid and our highest paid by another $2,300. I think that is wrong, especially given the fact that if the recommendation had to come forth with a 60-40 split which was a 3.6% plus 1249, that would have been reduced to down to about a $1,400 split. But what it really meant between the two groups, the bottom and the top, is that our lowest paid teachers would increase their pay by about $247. And the difference for our top means that they would still get a substantial amount, but they'd be getting about $550 less with that. And I would contend that somebody making $75,000 a year, and we do have employees making $75,000 a year, that looks a little different. Teachers, it looks a little different to them, $550 than $247 does to $41,750. And I think the fact that we'll now be in our 6th year of approving a full percentage raise, given the comments of the board, that I would move to amend the motion to attach language for future negotiations that it must be a 60-40 split or a flat raise, that there will be no more option for a full percentage. So I move to amend the motion to change the language in the certified manual.
Mrs. O'Brien,
Yes.
can I just say something before you go through with that?
Mhm.
I think that kind of change would be something that we would discuss, only because at this moment in time, we as a governing board do have a negotiated salary process, and let me finish, with associations, not unions, associations. So yes, we are very, we're all lucky that we talk. So I just think that having a formal, I don't know what you call it, Jim, I'm looking at your face, Jen, I'm looking at your face, but a formal meeting to address the changes that we want so we can see what the implications will be before we would then dictate something that we don't know what the implications would be if we were to say 1 or 2 or 3 are the only things you can do. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to try to fix something tonight that we don't know what the effects will be until we actually look at what the effects would be.
Well, and I guess that I would respectfully disagree. I know what the effects are because I have 6 years worth of salary in front of me where we have provided a percentage increase every year, and we have had discussions about doing this differently. And the definition of crazy is to keep doing the same thing and expect a different outcome.
So for me, that just means that we didn't have our meetings before the negotiations came up and we didn't do our portion of it. I don't agree with what's proposed. I think that the teachers that are newer are losing out. I think the teachers that are at the higher end won't be losing out that much. I think that teachers that are at the higher end are catching up to our assistant principals and our deans that have a whole different basket of tasks and responsibilities. But I don't think, personally, I don't think at the dais, at a vote for this is the place to fix all that because, I mean, we can undo what we would vote for tonight to go through a thorough thoroughly looking at it. And it's up to somebody to make a second. I don't agree with what they want us to vote for, but I don't agree to crush a process because individuals did not, or the associations did not follow what we had asked all year. And
Well, not all, I mean, I do hear you, Mrs. Ordway, so I have a motion out there. If there's a second, there's a second. If they're not, we go back to the original motion. So, of course, Mrs. Fisher.
This is one of those areas where I think we are, I respect your motion. I really do. And because I've been running these numbers, well, I've been running my staff's numbers, I've been running these numbers all day long and looking at them again and again and thinking about the lower paid employees and thinking about that scatter plot that scared virtually everybody. But I don't know that, I always hate throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think sometimes, you know, people will just make a snap decision or a snap. So I don't want you to think I don't support what you're saying, because I 100% do, which anybody who knows, we don't always agree. But my concern is, I'm not really concerned about the compression between administrator versus our top teachers, because I get they have different jobs, but there's a high value to both. Things like that. But I think the bigger thing is that we have failed, and it's not anyone else but us as a board. We have failed to have a study session. I would support us having a meeting and having a study session. I do not want it in executive session. There is so much hidden things, and they end up becoming false things. And so I really would support us having a serious, meaningful discussion, well advertised, back where we bring in our staff and they get to sit up here and actually have a conversation. And they get to understand. I'd like to see the numbers up on the board, and I would like some of our newest and youngest and some of our, I don't want to say oldest because I'm getting very old myself, but some of the other end, wiser, some of our wiser staff members to get together and actually discuss this. So I would ask that we honor what is here, because it's what is here. I don't like it either. I was very disappointed that this is what was brought forward. I just expected a better thing brought forward, but I don't want to do future damage without having a real conversation with all of our staff. Our new baby just graduated out of college with our I'm about to retire. And so I really hope that we can get together for a change on something, and that being that we want what's best for all of them.
Okay, so there is no second for that. So then the original motion, oh, sorry, Mrs. Paperman?
So I just would like to say that, I mean, I do agree with Ms. Fisher that this is a decision that it should not be just the board, because it sounds like making this decision right now is just like locking it in. As a teacher, all I could see is like, oh my goodness, now I gotta be researching other districts where, that I'll, have better raises, percentage. So, right now we're trying to retain our teachers. We're not trying to, to get teachers to leave our district because, the board decided that we're going to lock what the raises are going to be. So I truly believe this is a decision that It's not just the board. We need to give a voice even to our staff, certified and classified staff, to get their input if we're trying to figure out to have the lower pays, to have higher salary, and to also value the veteran teachers. I'm a veteran teacher, and I know I work very hard. I started my year with 30 kids in the classroom. And as a teacher, I put my time working with new teachers, and I do not get paid for that. If they ask me to stay after school, I help and provide that support. So veteran teachers do more than what a lot of people don't understand because they're not in the system. But this decision should be included with our staff. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? So we're back to the original motion. And I will call for the vote. Oh, sorry, if I can get to the place. All those in favor of approving the fiscal year 2023 negotiated solution team salary recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay. The motion passes 4-1. So we will now go to the finance report. Mrs. Mock.
Good evening, President O'Brien. Let's see if I can stretch up a little here. President O'Brien, members of the board, and guests in person and online. We have a couple different reports for you this evening. We have our enrollment report for the month ending March of the 21-22 school year. We are pleased that we continue to show an increase of about 1.4% in enrollment from the same time last year, or March of 21. We did start tracking earlier this year at board request our percent change from our last pre-pandemic year, which is 2018-2019. And we are still showing about a 3.6% decrease or fewer students than what we had pre-pandemic. Overall, right now, we do have 32,626 students enrolled in programs grades pre-K through 12, and I will take any questions on the enrollment report.
I don't see any.
I have just one quick
Oh,
one.
sorry, Mrs. Ordway.
Ms. Mock, what have you been doing to increase our enrollment?
President O'Brien, Mrs.
I was
Ordway,
joking.
I
know
would
you guys
probably
are
defer
working
that to
diligently.
Mrs. Allred at the back of the room.
Yes, I was going to say that's a Monica thing, but I know
She
you
has
guys are-
been, yeah, our communications department, as well as our schools, actually have been working very hard. And we're not to next year's budget yet, but we are continuing to expect growth in the coming years as well.
Thank you.
Next, we will review our M&O budget report for month ending March 22 as well. We continue to see an expected about 19.8 million in carry forward. Now, just to be clear, 7.4 million of that is from this year's budget. 4.7 million of that, a part of 4.7 million is additional carry forward from last year over what we had projected, and an additional budget capacity from our rare September budget revision. The good news is that we are projecting a large carry forward. The bad news, as we've stated at all the previous meetings, is that most of that is from savings from vacancies, having significant vacancies in our certified and our classified positions. We do also still have about 9.3 million in committed budget balance that may or may not be spent. We are 3/4 of the way through the school year, and hopefully we will not have many more surprises with just about a month left of school. And we will know for sure what that carry forward will be, unfortunately, more toward July as we complete our next year budget adoption. But 1 month from now, we will be back not only with the April M&O budget report, but also the FY22 budget revision. And with that, I will take any questions on the M&O budget report.
I don't see any. Thank you so much, Mrs. Mock. All right, our next board district report is staff professionalism with students. And for that, we're going to go to Dr. Zurbach.
Good evening, President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch. It is our pleasure this evening to present to you an update to the work that has been done heretofore with respect to staff professionalism with students. This evening, we will hear mainly from Mr. Warner and Mrs. Moffett on the progress that has been done. The only item that I wanted to make sure that we began with is that all of the information, the recommendations that you will hear tonight are here not only for the emotional, physical safety of our students, but for our staff as well. And so that's an important point as we listen through this. And with that, I will hand it to Mr. Warner.
Thank you, Dr. Zurbach, President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch. I'll try not to speak so close to the microphone. If we move to the next slide, here's sort of a synopsis of our original recommendations. And I'll just go through them real quickly. The updated electronic user agreement, the training to employees regarding employee-student communication, training to students regarding employee-student communication, methods to monitor and support both groups, and a committee to evaluate current progress and identify additional next steps. It should be noted that concurrent to that, and even before that, HR was working on some of these recommendations as I was making them to you. And they've been working on them since. And so that's why Mrs. Moffett is here today. Originally, we came to you December 14th with those. And with that, I'm going to have Mrs. Moffett talk to you a little bit about what's been going on.
All right, so this may be familiar to you. If you recall, last summer, we spent time sharing in updates often the work that a core committee was doing on our electronic information service user agreement. This agreement specifically outlines how employees are to engage with students electronically. It did require some updating to be really more current with the things that we had done with all of our technology across our system. But the area that we pointed out more to our employees this last cycle was the peer-like activity that employees are not to engage in when communicating with students. So if you recall, we shared that revised document with you. Additionally, we deployed training, and it is now part of our annual training for every single employee in our school system. And then we also developed an electronic communication disclosure process for each one of our employees who do have the responsibility of communicating electronically with students. So specifically, this agreement addressed how employees were to engage more specifically with more detail. It also outlined ethical expectations for using any devices within our system, and it also reviewed procedural expectations for employee disclosure. So you'll see the disclosure paragraph right out of the agreement there. So here's the process for disclosure that we started taking last July 2021. First step of the process is that each employee in our system that has the responsibility of communicating with students, so a teacher, for example, who might need to communicate with students regarding homework or projects coming up, or a coach that needs to communicate with their athletes would be responsible for completing this electronic disclosure form. The district already does have adopted information management systems that we could already utilize, such as Canvas. Canvas could be used to communicate with students. Anything that an employee would want to utilize outside of what the district has already adopted would have to be disclosed to the supervisor in advance of using it, so they would complete this form. The supervisor also on the campus does have the ability to tell their staff what platform they will utilize and not allow for additional platforms. But some of our campuses like to allow a teacher to use Remind to communicate with a student, or a different app to communicate with students and parents. Once that permission has been obtained from the site supervisor, the employee is required to disclose that communication platform to the parent in advance, and then they may begin to utilize that communication system. Additionally, this year, we've gathered a committee to work for deploying another training for the 22-23 year, and that is called the Staff-Student Interaction and Professional Boundary Guideline. This is a guideline that details how employees may engage with students and how employees may not engage with students. The core subjects of this guideline focuses on supervision of students, closed door meetings with students, employee conduct with students, the shalls and the shall nots that I just referenced, employee transportation of students in private vehicles, field trips, and the responsibility employees have of reporting improper conduct. So again, we did have a steering team come together. It has been vetted through administrators. And Denise Lebritt has taken a look at this guideline as well. Through our work with Denise of Udall-Shumway, we've aligned this guideline. Oh, I should also reference that we did research with our peer districts to see if they had anything in place as well. Working with Denise, we reference these specific policies and then administrative code that you're all familiar with. Our team is also working with Valley Schools and a company we hope we will be utilized coming up into this next year. It's called Vector, and they provide a child sexual abuse prevention training program. My understanding is that Paradise Valley and Peoria have also signed on to utilize this specific training. Vector offers other types of trainings that we might be able to use to process and improve our annual onboarding trainings, but this one is specifically targeted to our employees that are engaged with students. They are differentiated modules that meet the needs of employees working with elementary age students, middle grade students, and high school students. So we should be able to deploy this training in the fall.
So we just want to highlight a couple of the current resources for students and families that we have.
Please turn on your microphone, Mr. Warner.
I don't usually have to do that. I'm sorry. Thank you. Current resources for students and families that we've had for a number of years. The Safe Schools Hotline, Safe Schools Email, the Answer Now line, which Mr. Miglerino enjoys, and the wellness and other counselor support that we have on our campuses that we've been working to make sure that our campuses provide. A couple of things we've identified for possible resources, future resources and training for reporting. App-based reporting such as anonymous alerts. We think that'd be an excellent place to meet kids where they live, but it could be for anyone, including employees. Training for students. One example we have talked about is using some of our student leadership councils, which are on our campuses already, to push out information about healthy boundaries and good choices and things of that nature. In fact, we have a number of excellent examples of student athletic leadership councils on our campuses right now that really think that would be tapping into some student leaders to help us with that sort of thing. And then we're exploring restorative practices, and each and every one of the ones that we've looked at has had a way to identify healthy behavior and healthy boundaries for students so that they can start to advocate for themselves. Finally, on our end, the digital communication scrubbing. We've been using the BARC scrubbing technology for a year now. It's something that I monitor every day. We've had numerous alerts, dozens of alerts in all of these categories: suicidal ideation, bullying, DCS calls, and self-harm. And after having monitored this for nearly the entire school year, we think it's reasonable to believe that chatter over inappropriate adult activity would be picked up as well. It has an algorithm that picks up all kinds of inappropriate activity, inappropriate words, inappropriate pictures, and things like that that reside on our cloud. And I think Dr. Zerbach is our closer.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. So our second to last slide now captures the next steps for the folks that have been working on this. The first step is a piece that we may need some additional staffing to help do some of the work, some of the monitoring that is involved in this, and additional resources perhaps as well, such as anonymous alerts or another app-based type system that was alluded to earlier. The second point is the finalization of the training. Jenna and her team, they have made much progress with this, and so the final stamp on this as far as when and where and who will receive this for 22-23 is being talked about now and will continue to be talked about. The third step that we have outlined is the committee work. That particular part falls with Mr. Warner, and that would be work that would include students and parents as well as staff members. And that group would come together to look at all of the work that has been done and then to make any suggestions as to additional tools or resources that would be helpful, and also to weigh in and evaluate the work that has been done heretofore. And then finally, the last bullet point is the 3 C's of communication, and really all of this that Mrs. Moffitt and Mr. Warner have talked about, that we will need to work with all of our campus leaders, our department leaders, and to work on a solid and robust communication plan so that it truly reaches all of our staff members and they understand what this entails. And so with that, we would be happy to entertain questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Ordway?
Could you just explain for the audience what BARC is? How it's utilized?
Sure, Mrs. O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, members of the governing board, Dr. Finch. BARC is a cloud scrubbing program. It uses an algorithm to find inappropriate activity on our platform. So our Google Cloud, our Google Suite, it finds curse words, inappropriate discussions about vaping, inappropriate pictures, discussions about bullying or self-harm, depression, problems in the home, things of those natures, that looks for all those things. Most of what it finds is relatively innocuous, where 2 kids are talking to each other and one kid will say, you're just being stupid. And the other one will say, well, I'm gonna kill myself right now. He says, no, you're being stupid. Something that you might have kids saying. But other times we really do have suicidal ideation where kids have said, I don't really, it's more of a journal entry where they are talking about how worthless they feel and how they just don't really think that anybody likes them and the world would be better off without them. And when we see those kinds of alerts, we can get them the assistance right away. In fact, the BARC program that we use will call, I get calls in the middle of the night some nights when the kids are, when they think it's severe enough that it warrants an immediate response. So it scrubs the cloud using an algorithm. Once the algorithm picks up the inappropriate activity, human eyes look at it to see if it might be inappropriate. So that as a result, we rarely get hits on the Edgar Allan Poe section of the English language arts when they're teaching that, because we've seen that before in previous iterations. So they look at it, make sure it's not an assignment for school, but then it gives me an email alert. Unless it's severe, then they'll call.
And then one more question, a little bit different. Is this the agreement that our employees would be signing that would address using students' names on public or social media? Would this be where that would go?
Are you referencing the electronic user agreement? That would reference whether or not an employee is allowed to reference students maybe on a Instagram account or?
Yes, so that would be different.
This policy could be utilized. Also, staff ethics, we would utilize other policies as well that would align with.
Well, more that I'm looking for is that the employees just know that you don't students in on your pages or whatever you call them. So I didn't know if that would be part of this training or if it's part of something else. That's all.
Mrs. Paperman?
So this is going to be a training for teachers on how, what device, electronic devices will be allowed to use to communicate. Is it with parents and students or just students?
The electronic service user agreement and the process that is followed specifically is for communication with students.
Students.
There is also, within that process, you are disclosing to your supervisor the methods you're utilizing to communicate with parents as well. But if you're responsible for communicating directly with kids, that's what the supervisor has to sign off on.
Okay, and then the devices, would there be like types of devices that will be allowed to use and not to use?
Regardless of the device, if they were utilizing their own personal phones, if they were using it, obviously you can use an app no matter what device you're utilizing. So we're really just looking at the program that you're going to be using to communicate.
Okay, so
However, the user agreement does talk about texting, does talk about emailing. It does differentiate between personal devices and school devices, but these days, so many of our employees are utilizing their school devices, even for personal purposes at home sometimes, going on to Amazon in between grading things or that type of thing, and we understand that.
Okay.
So there's more attention put on the platform utilized.
Okay, and it will be clear to them. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Reed?
Thank you. Going back to the training portion for students, I would like to see something maybe in the Students' Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, a little blurb about appropriate student and staff behavior that parents and students are supposed to read prior. And specifically in there, what healthy meetings look like, right? That to remind students and parents that students don't have to meet with a teacher or a coach or an administrator if they feel uncomfortable without having somebody else there in the room with them or without having a parent on the phone. I was speaking to a parent a few months ago and had made that comment, and she said, "Oh, I didn't realize that my child could have called me and I could have been on the phone during that meeting that they had." And I think that's really important that our students and our parents know that that is their right, that they can be included in on those meetings, or that a student can pull another adult into the room if they choose to have another person in there.
Mrs. Fisher?
I I understand the efforts that we're making, and I see them, in I guess we can only control so much. And it's somewhat limited within our own system. My concern is that we're missing, there's a whole segment we're missing. How many fake profiles are out there? How many closed groups? How many, the occurrence that created the need for us to even start this was 100% outside of our system in a regular social media closed group. I don't know how we address that. How, is that the intent of having this, maybe the additional employee for are we going to hire a detective? How are we going to address an issue like that? Because we don't have access to scrub if it's not in our network, correct? Or am I misunderstanding the capability of it? Okay, that's what I thought.
So to Mrs. Fisher's, I guess, question, because obviously BARC or whatever system we would maybe utilize can only scrub our system. We cannot scrub a Twitter or a Facebook or, I dated myself there, Instagram, TikTok, all of those fun things. However, what one of the things you talked about was the anonymous reporting. And I think part of this discussion and setting up our rules and our policies and guidelines and AMGs, AMGs, is that part of it is in communication. But I do think, and education and informing, I think that our staff needs to be trained and truly understand they have an anonymous way to provide information, i.e. screenshots of Twitter, because I'm hoping that what we have in place already, and if it's not there, that it will be shortly, says that it is inappropriate for a staff member to be followed, friended, or whatever any of those other groups have. That would be against policy for, I'm going to use Twitter because that's one that I'm most familiar with, right? If I'm a teacher and I teach whatever grade, it would be inappropriate, it would be against district policy to have students follow my personal Twitter account. Now, if I have Mrs. O'Brien, 7th grade, language arts teacher, and that is my official school thing, and all I talk about is school stuff, and I'm the POM coach and all of those things, that would be an appropriate place to have students follow me. But Ann O'Brien, mom and friend and wife, that is not where students would follow, and there would be consequences should we receive information that says I have students following me on Twitter. Is that correct? I see a lot of head shaking, but if someone could answer me.
President O'Brien, it would be correct that there is a significant portion of the electronic user agreement that outlines that you're not to engage in peer-like activity, and social media accounts are included. There's also a disclosure in there that familial connections are an okay way for an employee to be a friend with a student. I believe it also familial and friend connection, and with advance notice from the parent is also included. And I believe with our new guidelines that language has also been included from Denise Lowbritt as part of that guideline, that specific AMG.
So is there a point in time at which AMGs and these district policies will be sent to us to review? And when might that be? I see another head shaking, but.
The one that we're currently working on, we are waiting for the last section. It's the field trip section. We're going to complete that section, and then you have access now to the electronic user agreement. I can provide that again this Friday for your review.
Okay.
But the one that we're drafting right now should be ready quite soon, and as soon as it is, we'll send it to you.
And the policies that you outlined, are any of those going to need to be impacted or changed? Yes. Dr. Finch says yes.
I think a couple of them you said needed to adjustment, or no, we're just going to change the AMGs.
The policies don't require change. I actually, the corporal punishment policy, I think, is going to be coming forward for some revision, but that's an ASBA recommendation.
Okay.
They're really good policies, and we can utilize them in a variety of ways. What this guideline is providing is more explicit direction, which to, I think, answer your question or the point you're trying to make, as well as Ms. Fisher's, what this is doing is really going to be helpful to our employees overall. Sometimes our employees misstep out of ignorance, and this more clearly explains how you are allowed to engage with students actively on a campus, how you're allowed to engage in social media. If you're faced with the conundrum of what do I do in this particular situation where we don't have a bus and I need to transport this student to a game. What am I allowed to do? What am I not allowed to do? Should I have someone else in my car? If I am going to transport, what are the rules? We're really thinking through every possible scenario that we have faced in the last 8 to 10 years, and we're trying to do our due diligence in educating our staff and what steps to take when they face these situations.
Okay, and I would like to concur with Mrs. Reed that it is important we have something in the student rights and responsibilities that parents and students need to read, because I think that is the other place where we need some education and information to occur. And I think part of it is making folks feel comfortable, and it's better safe to report something and find out there was nothing there than for the opposite to occur. And so I hope we get there sooner rather than later. Mrs. Fisher?
So we're addressing the employee and we're addressing the student. But I would really also like to see some sort of guideline and consequence for administrators or fellow employees who turn a blind eye. Who, yeah, I saw that, but I didn't want to make a wave. Yeah, I saw that, but I somewhat agree with this or that, or what have you, because this is such a wide range of issues. I think it needs to be an all around, and I would like to see something a little bit more in that direction as well.
All right, thank you. When can we expect to hear back from you, Dr. Zerbach? Do you think?
President O'Brien, I would expect probably likely in early fall, once the committee gets going, and we can look at providing an update to that.
Okay, but we'll see the documents that we're talking about before then in a Friday update. All right, we're going to move to call to public now.
All right. I guess so.
You don't need to read it
All right.
again, no.
So we will have Craig Beckman, who has 2 minutes remaining. Paul Carver, is that right?
Yep.
Yep. And then Adrienne Johnson. Georgina. Tracy Trevino. And Felicia.
Okay, Mr. Beckman, you state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes left on your time.
Sure. My name is Craig Beckman. My second point that I would like to make tonight is I'd like to talk about a student's rights to freedom of speech. There's been a lot of discussion recently whether or not the district should allow students to participate in days of recognition, protests, or simple civil discourse. I'd like to remind everyone that a student does not shed their constitutional rights to free speech and expression at the school gate. This has been ruled on by the Supreme Court on many occasions, most historically in the 1969 ruling in Pinker versus Des Moines, that set a precedent and cemented students' rights to free speech in public schools. With very few exceptions, of which the bar of standards are very high, we're constitutionally bound to allow our students to participate in activities that are protected by the First Amendment. And that's all I have. Thank you for your service to the community and your time.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Carver. Please state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Paul Carver. Recently, the GLSCN National Day of Silence has received a lot of attention. The memo that was published by Paseo Hills highlights that staff should be aware of the Day of Silence, in which children are likely to arrive to school and have tape covering their mouths throughout the day. This is supposed to symbolize their support for the LGBTQ+ community. In an effort to bring attention to the difficulty that youth that live that lifestyle might have, the GLSEN organization and the school districts that support this through their inaction, as in this case, Deer Valley, are creating an environment of potential harm to the children. I must ask, does no one here think it is possible for a child to tape their mouth shut and not run the risk of suffocation, hyperventilation, or asthma attacks? We're talking about children potentially as young as 5. I received many communications from concerned individuals that say not supporting this day, this display of solidarity, is in effect curbing student rights. To them, I say this: no one is saying that support cannot be shown or given. The issue is the potential harm that may arise by taping the child's mouth shut. In this case of Paseo Hills, a K-8 school, some of these children may, as I stated, be young as 5 years old. So we have the concern of child abuse to contend with. Additionally, I have pointed out to some in conversations that it is unfair to devote time and resources to this issue or any other day when it will detract or distract from the greater learning potential of the students. I was challenged on how this would be a possible time suck. Very simply put, again, does no one think that time will have to be spent in class to explain to others why Johnny or Susie showed up with tape on their mouths? If time isn't spent, then haven't we created an environment where bullying may likely happen due to ignorance? And if this topic were to be discussed, it then falls under the umbrella of sexual education. This, in turn, requires, if not legally, ethically, for parental permissions to be involved. The school is not the place to teach or preach sexual alignment or personal beliefs, as in the case of a special education teacher in the Peoria School District that has taken it upon themselves to educate her elementary-age children in the differences in sexual alignment. In her words, many of our students have taken a keen interest. Seriously, we can't get our children, sped or not, to read, write, or do arithmetic at an acceptable level, but her crusade to expose these children has created a keen interest. I spoke to a parent of a sped child, and she said, and I quote, "Although the child is 17, the child has no idea what LGBTQ plus is. And why? Because my child does not need to know what the teacher's sexual preference is in the bedroom. And for the teacher to have the audacity to think it's okay to expose my child to this is unacceptable. Sexual education and awareness is a private matter between the parents and the child, not to be exposed to personal beliefs of the faculty." I'd ask you to please
Thank you for your comments, sir. Our next speaker, please state your name for the record and then your time will begin.
Thank you, President O'Brien and Governing Board. My name is Adrienne Johnson. I am a mom and a DVUSD resident. I've studied gender ideology for the last several years, and I'm here to talk about the Day of Silence. Gender dysphoria historically was an issue for young males who often were traumatized in their youth, but usually grew out of their dysphoria during puberty and realigned themselves with their sex. Now we're seeing an explosion, in particular with young females, a 4,000% increase, often in groups of friends, and an increase with males too. This has been coined rapid onset gender dysphoria by Lisa Littman, who, with others who study gender dysphoria, recognize that comorbidities like anxiety, depression, autism, and societal experiences are causes of this increase. This explosion indicates that gender dysphoria is a social contagion similar to anorexia in the 90s. Activities like the Day of Silence, Transgender Recognition Day, and Gender Sexuality Alliance Clubs are all contributing to this trend, something that is affecting our children's well-being, compelling children to support this agenda, further drawing in kids who have never shown signs of gender dysphoria. This is adding to the numbers of children identifying as transgender. It is not the place of schools to focus on sexuality and bring an ideology into the norm, especially without proper transparency and notification. Parents must opt in per ARS 15-102. Otherwise, it infringes upon parental rights. Other ideologies are not recognized like this one. But by doing so, schools are helping to create disorder that is damaging children, families, and communities. I implore you to put an end to the Day of Silence and other such activities supporting this ideology. I can share resources if you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is this. She did not speak. You did not speak before, correct? Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and your time will begin.
My name is Tracy Trevino, and board members, I am here
asking that you vote nay on the proposed ELA curriculum. Am I speaking?
You need to
loudly?
stand a little closer, speak up a little bit more. Thank you.
I completed the district survey and expressed my concerns with the Bedford, Freeman, and Worth curriculum and hoped that this resource would be removed from consideration. I have a couple of examples of the material that I found when I reviewed the curriculum. I'm really nervous. Curriculum. The first one being titled, "What if we were all coming back?" At first, I thought about reincarnation in the narrowest possible terms, wondering what future life I'd earn if karma proved real. It's a worrisome thing to contemplate. It's easier to speculate about what kind of future lives other people deserve. Maybe Bull Connor, the white supremacist Alabama politician who ordered that black school children protesting segregation be attacked with police dogs and fire hoses, has already been born again as a black child in a neighborhood lacking jobs and decent schools, but filled with police officers who shoot first and ask questions later. Maybe he's now subjected to the very forms of bigotry, terror, and structural racism that he once gleefully inflicted on others. Another article titled "Bully the Pulpit" says, "In many ways, we live in one of the bully's golden ages, a time when the mere mention of white supremacy is an anachronism. Absent the hoods and burning crosses, we presume the bully dead, but he's still operating in the shadows. He's just working through insidious means." Excuse me. The fact that many people refuse to acknowledge him means that we cannot dismantle what he has wrought. And in our blindness, we've created a host of studies to explain away his legacy. In the meantime, he is at work. When we see 21% of kids of color in poverty, that is white supremacy at work. When we see a president refusing to allow immigrants from majority people of color countries into our country, that is white supremacy at work. All I'm asking for.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Please state your name for the record and then your time will begin.
My name is Georgina Bingaman. I am actually a parent of two, a second grader and a kindergartner in the district. And I also work at the particular school that are at. I'm going to give you a very brief story as to what it was. I wish I was prepared like everybody else with the script in my hand, but everything happened recently, and it just so happened that this was a topic that was covered in today's meeting. I never thought I'd be working in a cafeteria for 3 hours in my life with a bunch of kids, but unfortunately, when my daughter started kindergarten, she was having a really hard time. She was terrified of going to school, and I couldn't understand why, because for 2 years, she bought supplies and backpacks along with her brother, although she did not have school yet. She was hospitalized. It was very difficult getting her to school. Position opened. I took it thinking it's separation anxiety, it's kindergarten, her getting settled in. Sure enough, when I did get the position, first couple of days on the job, I kind of realized why my daughter was terrified of having any sort of a male sub in her classroom. I didn't want to make assumptions right away, and I figured, let me look, let me see, let me hear. I wish I would have spoken a little bit sooner, because just Thursday, as I was in the cafeteria, I witnessed a staff member slap my second grader in the face and I stood there and nothing could be done about it. Now, as a mother, yes, I wanted to do a lot, but I had to compose myself for my son. I didn't want him to get scared. I didn't want to scare the rest of the kids in the classroom and the lunchroom. So it took a lot out of me. And thinking about it and replaying it in my mind does this to me as well. I could barely get any answers. I had to wait for a process, for an application, for a process, although it was caught on video. So one thing I did hear was the anonymous bullying app. I think it happens a lot, and it's not just students bullying students. There's some teachers, some staff, not all teachers, please don't get me wrong. I have a newfound respect for teachers ever since COVID and virtual. But there's things that are being said and done that are terrifying these kids, and there's a way of being a stern, aggressive teacher without, or staff member without terrifying them, without laying hands on them. They're there at school. It's supposed to be their safe place, but unfortunately, it seems like there's a lot more going on behind the scenes that everybody turns a blind eye to.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Zerbach. If you could please follow up on that with her after the meeting. Thank you so much. All right, if you'd state your name for the record, then your time will begin.
Felicia Nace. So I'm a longtime educator. I've been in education for a few decades now, and it saddens me to see what's happening to, and the teachers here know what I'm talking about, in loco parentis. We used to protect children. That's not happening anymore. I was very disturbed by an article that I read in a newspaper recently about a International Transgender Day. And so that's what I want to speak to tonight. So, in making a career in education, one of the things, like I said before, was that we always protected children. And one thing I can say is I've run into a lot of my students because I used to live in an area after teaching there for many years, and I'd run into them as young adults. One thing they would say is I always made them work hard. That's the primary goal of school districts. How we got into this transgender nonsense, I'm not sure. But at any rate, that said, I'm not sure how the International Transgender Silence Day message wasn't immediately placed in the garbage. How did it get through the hands of several school administrators and then get dispersed to your staff? And I'll explain why, what disturbed me most. First of all, it's one thing to give your staff a disclaimer and say, well, we don't really endorse this, but we're going to give it to you anyway, and we're going to distribute it district-wide. However, the way in which staff takes that is that you absolutely endorse it. You took the time to give it to them, and I think there was even a correction made to the notice, and so you handed it out a second time. I'm not sure. But there was attention paid to this notice. And I wanted to just bring your attention to organizations like Glenn's. Glenn's, they're not in loco parentis, which means they're not standing in place of a parent. They could care less about standing in place of a parent. They have a very specific agenda. Their agenda is to advocate for gay people. They're not advocating for our children. So why is a notice going out from Glenn's? When does Glenn's get to inform our school districts as to what should be distributed, as to what kids need? And this act with regard to children being silent during the school day, I think that's evidence that their agenda is not academics. This was one of the things that was noted in the message, is that children will be silent during a school day. It makes no sense. It should have gone directly in the trash and never been distributed. Last note, it really saddened me to see that part of this would include.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is her time to speak. You'll need to please sit down so that we can continue the meeting. Thank you very much for your comments. Your time is up. Please sit down or leave. Okay, you can leave then. Your time is up, ma'am. Yes, I can speak. Your time is up. Your time is up.
And we have,
Please, oh,
sorry, we have a minute 55, right, for our next speaker?
yes.
State your
Speak
name
again. Hello, my name is Katie Mae Smith. I am a parent of children in the district, and we just heard from a bunch of people who do not have children in the district. And as somebody with children in the district, I wanted to take a moment and say I fully support any student that wants to take part in the day of silence. That is your right. And there's something wrong with people running for uh, a position on our school board that wants to take that right away from you. That's not okay. You guys have the right to do that. The school is not saying one way or the other way. They're letting kids do what they have legal right to do. They have rights over their body. And shame on the adults in the room for trying to impose on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we will move on to the consent agenda.
All right, I would ask that the governing board approve consent agenda items 7A through 7K.
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hold on just 1 second. Mine didn't come up, Sheila. Mm-mm. Can you just, we've all voted aye. We all voted aye, so if you could register our votes to reflect a unanimous vote in favor of consent agenda, that would be wonderful. We're going to move into 8A to approve the tax credit and fee authorization. You got it? Or you want me to do it? I move that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the 2022-23 extracurricular tax credit and fee authorization.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Is this Mrs. Mock?
President O'Brien, thank you. We are presenting the annual fees for Deer Valley Unified School District, including the extracurricular activity tax credit fee that allows us to collect Arizona public school tax credits from our parents and community and residents of the state of Arizona. We are not proposing any changes to the fees on this schedule. And these will be the same fees that are in place in this current school year. I would like to add my apologies to the good folks at Aspire. I do see that we forgot to change Deer Valley Online Learning Program to Aspire. So if this is approved this evening, just know that that change will happen before this fee schedule is released to our schools.
Thank you, Mrs. Mock. Do we have any questions? Mrs. Reed?
Just for the sake of transparency, can you briefly say what these fees are that the district collects are used for, please?
Sure. President O'Brien, Mrs. Reed, absolutely. The fees we have on this schedule include, let me run to the top of the schedule, starting with our athletic participation fee. That fee is used to help actually pay the addendas for our coaching staff. You will see that come across, and some of these fees you will actually see come across in June and July when we bring the budget forward for next year. You will see gather those and propose those as part of our budget forming process. We have our 7th and 8th and high school athletic event admissions. Those fees stay 100% at the schools that collect them to help run their athletic programs. We have our tuition fees for our Aspire online school. Those fees are typically charged for our high school students who already have a 1.0 FTE at our brick and mortar school and are taking additional classes either for credit recovery or for advancement through our online learning program. We also have our drug diversion program mentioned here earlier today, I heard it sometime this week. The drug diversion program, sorry, it's been a really long 2 days this week, the longest 5 days ever. drug diversion program. This is a program operated from ALS that instead of suspending students for marijuana infractions, they can take part in this program, and it actually has helped save many long-term suspensions. And also on the list, we have our field trips and other extracurricular activity fees. We do not have a specific dollar value for those fees. We go anywhere from $1, but no more than the actual cost of the activity. These fees should not be fundraisers for the schools, and we should only be charging individuals the cost of the activity. Our locker replacement fee, locker cleanout fee, ID replacement, parking fees, and technology protection plan. Locker replacement, cleanout, ID, replacement ID, all of those fees stay directly at the schools that collect those fees. Parking fees per year, those are split between the district and the schools. Schools keep 40% of that fee, and that is to maintain the parking lot, signage, security cameras, anything they need to help operate security for the parking lots. And then again, for us, we use that for the staffing, the monitor staffing that work in the parking lot, and you will see that in our budget adoption process. And the iPad technology protection plan, that is directly for the replacement of technology devices, including bricks, cables, new screens, new devices. At the high school level, that stays 100% at the high school. At the K-8 level, it stays at the district level, but then district is responsible for the cost of replacing those items and not the school.
All right, thank you very much. Hearing no other questions or discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That work, Mrs. Taylor? Wonderful. We'll move on to item B.
We're waiting.
Hasn't popped up, but you can vote aye for me.
Okay, so it passed unanimously.
So we're going to move to.
I would like, I didn't get a chance, sorry, but I would like for future if we could have a discussion about the tax credit and how we apply it and how we do it. It's just a request for a future discussion.
Okay, we'll make a note of that, Mrs. Fisher.
All right, so I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve job order contracts with Core Construction for the Media Center modernization projects at Barry Goldwater High School, Boulder. Thank you for the light, that works well. Boulder Creek High School, Deer Valley High School, Mountain Ridge High School, and Sandra Day O'Connor High School.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. We're going to go to Mr. Miglerino.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, we are excited to share information regarding high school media projects. Just as a refresher, we're bringing this to you as an action item because we've talked about this, but it's been a little bit of time. So just as a refresher, back in September, we named an architect at DLR Group, is the architect that's been helping us with this project. In October, we had a work team that had individuals from each of the schools as well as from various departments that could help us create the vision for the improvements. In December, we entered into a pre-construction contract with Core Construction, and just a month ago, the board approved the furniture for the improvements. Tonight, we're going to share with you the vision for the construction improvements at all 5 high school media projects. And with your consideration tonight, we will then get started with the fun of getting this work hopefully completed sometime in the near future pending supply chain issues. Here's the work team. You can see outlined here. The first meeting of this team was back on October 5th. We met several times, sometimes electronically, and it also included many individual meetings with each school as well. The purpose of the team really was to envision what the media centers would be, and kind of making them a much more student-friendly environment. So here's what the existing media center looks like at the 5 campuses at both Deer Valley High School and Barry Goldwater. I know this is a little bit difficult to see on the image, but I wanted to keep my reputation for images that are difficult to see during presentations, so I will not disappoint in this presentation as well. But you can see there's a great deal of similarity between Deer Valley High School and Barry Goldwater. What's not evident here is this is a very traditional library, if you will, with stacks of books and some limited seating options for people in these areas. Not much unlike Mountain Ridge High School and Sandra Day O'Connor shown here. Again, not shown in the physical depiction of the building itself, but there's lots of, bookcases and books, a bunch of seating areas in these open areas that are depicted here. And then finally, Boulder Creek High School, which is our largest high school in size, because it also shares the space with the North Valley Regional County Library. And but again, much of the area in the center area here is just reserved for stacks of books. What we're really proposing to do are these improvements that are shown here. So here's Deer Valley High School. We're going to bring in some natural light, some additional natural light you can see in the upper right-hand corner, and adding in the lower right-hand corner, adding kind of a cafe entrance for a coffee area. They already have this on a much smaller scale. On the left-hand side, you'll be able to see that is going to be expanded. So the far left corner is where the coffee bar will be relocated to. The center area of this building will be where the charge desk will move to, and you'll see what the actual furniture layout looks like in this slide. So much more casual seating and much more opportunities for students to just quote unquote hang out in this space, to be able to use in various ways. Much, if not all, of this furniture is movable, so it can be reconfigured into different ways for different needs that the campus may have. And just in the interest of time tonight, I'm going to go through this quickly. We are excited about these options, though. Very similar, because the campuses are similar. Barry Goldwater High School, you see the charge desk in the center. Not only more natural light through windows, but also creating another entry into the main entry into the media center here. Different than Deer Valley High School. And then here's what the furniture layout looks like. Again, with this furniture having a more student-friendly aspect to it, with some collaboration spaces for students to be able to go into, and then some more comfortable seating and casual seating for students. Unlike Deer Valley High School, they do not have a coffee area at the school's request. I did not show the mezzanines. Both of those schools have mezzanines. We will make those ADA accessible. They are not currently, meaning we'll be adding a chairlift to them because they are going to utilize the mezzanine or second story to those areas as part of their plan. At Mountain Ridge High School, we are kind of reconfiguring how this area will be accessed with a door out the west end, which is depicted in the lower right-hand corner. You can see that also in the site plan, the larger site plan. We are also relocating the charge desk closer to that door just for supervision purposes and creating some study areas for students and some additional offices. That's what this furniture layout looks like. This is, again, reconfigurable furniture to be able to be moved around and decreasing the stacks of books because of the trend to move to a more electronic information. Sandra Day O'Connor, They are adding a coffee area that they do not have. That's depicted in the lower right-hand corner. There is an area of windows on the north-facing wall. We will be carving in some, or adding some doors into that so that it can open up. You can kind of see that on the overall site plan as well, but it's shown as an elevation in the upper right-hand corner of this slide. And moving the charge desk, again, for supervision purposes from its current location to the north. And that's shown a little bit, I think, easier on the furniture layout. Again, all this furniture is movable, so it can be reconfigured into different areas. And there's enough seating at these schools that happen to be our larger campuses to be able to have, to be able to utilize the space maybe for staff meetings and things of that nature, if the schools would so choose. And then finally, Boulder Creek High School. The least number of changes to this space in terms of construction, much more in the terms of furniture, and that's shown here. So we do have a classroom that we previously carved out of this space. We will be mimicking that, so you can see that at the top of the slide here, which is actually the west wall of the campus. We're taking the center of this area and creating it as a more casual seating area and congregating area for students, and will also be able to be used by the general public when the county library opens. We have shared this with the county library folks. They are working on making a plan for how this will change, how they would deliver services through the county library. So they're aware of what we're doing. In terms of the budget, you can see kind of where we're at. We had identified $5 million of the 2019 bond for these projects due to supply chain issues, inflation, et cetera. We are targeting right now, or tracking just over $5.1 million collectively for these projects. We do expect that probably be real close to that number when we get said and done. We believe that this is not a problem for us, or will not be problematic, as we also have an additional $5 million reserved in the 2019 bond for our K-8 library reconfigurations. And we feel that will be more furniture-based than construction-based, so we don't plan on expanding or increasing or changing the configuration of those spaces from a construction standpoint, be more furniture modifications for those. And so we think we can fit that within the balance of the $10 million reserved for library improvements that was identified in the 2019 bond. So next steps is for you to formally consider this tonight. We will issue the notice to proceed so we can start to order items. Some of those door configurations and that are long lead items. We think we will begin construction sometime in May. We don't want to start earlier than we can actually do some work, so we will coordinate that with the construction team so that we're not asking for the media centers to be closed off and we're not actually able to perform any work that's meaningful. We do have a commitment from the contractor to be able to finish end of August, beginning of September. That is obviously contingent on some supply chain issues that may not be known at this point in time. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously, I believe. Yes. All right.
I would ask that the governing board approve of all employee out-of-state travel per governing board policy GCCB.
I second.
Any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the attached revised summer rates of pay schedule for 2022-2023.
I second.
We have a motion and a second, and we will hear from Mrs. Moffett.
Good evening again. This is a revised summer pay schedule. If you recall, last summer you did approve a pay schedule that would go all the way through this year's July or next year's July. However, we have a couple of changes that we would like to draw to your attention. First off is the PLC summer work. The rate of pay, daily rate of $290 is not a rate of pay that we have offered in the past, so that will be new this upcoming summer. Additionally, we have some premium rates listed below. Jim, are the bus driver, cafeteria manager, and cafeteria worker a different rate of pay than previously described? I'll let Jim speak to that, and if you'd like the custodian one too, unless you'd like me to refer to the custodian one.
Yes, so last year we had a premium rate of pay for bus drivers. We an additional $2 an hour for our bus drivers to work when they were driving buses for our student instructional programs. This year we are proposing that to be $4 an hour just because of the number of programs that we're offering for intersessions so that we can staff that appropriately. Last year we did not offer a premium for our cafeteria workers who normally don't work during the summer. So for our cafeteria managers, we're proposing also a $4 an hour premium for them to work in the summer. For the workers in the cafeteria, a $2 premium. And then finally, in order to make sure that we have the opportunity to have custodians to be able to clean these areas for the summer programs that we're offering, we are offering a $1 premium for custodians that would be working just as in a limited capacity this summer. So not for our existing custodians, because those are 12-month positions, but these would be limited positions for help during the summer for these summer programs that we're offering.
Any questions? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
Are we ready?
Ma'am.
Oops, excuse me. I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to pre-approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
Do we have any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously.
Abstain.
I'm sorry.
I abstain.
So passes 4-0 to 1, I guess. Okay, we're going to preview the annual K-12 use of facility and field fee schedule for 2022-2023. And for that, we'll go to Mrs. Mock.
President O'Brien, members of the board, I'm going to take you on a trip back in time to April of 2020. At that time, our facility rental specialist, Tina Robinson, and I worked on a comparison of Deer Valley Unified School District rental fees that we charge compared to other districts in the metropolitan area. And what we found was that Deer Valley as a whole was typically lower than the average for that study, and sometimes the very lowest rental rates, even though I would like to thank Mr. Long and our facilities crews and Mr. Miglerino and the construction crews, pretty sure we have the best facilities. So we are renting out the best facilities at one of the lowest rates. So at that time we brought to you, actually, and we can see here some of the comparisons we had at the time. For a class 3, which is the highest possible fee that you could charge, we have 3 different classes, class 1, class 2, class 3, and each class depending on your for-profit status or your connection directly to Deer Valley Unified School District program depends on which class you qualify for. All of those are outlined in policy KF, and the fee schedule is part of that. So just for some history or some information context for these fees. So for a Class 3 classroom rental, Deer Valley Unified School District, at the time, actually, we were only $20 per hour. We're now at $24 per hour, going to a proposed of $29. But what we found with our comparisons was that the highest was up to $46 per hour with a $33 average. So even with what we're recommending for some of these increases this year or moving to 22-23, we still are going to be at or below the average. A specialty classroom, which we will see which classrooms those entail, we're currently at $30 per hour and proposing $36 per hour. When we did our study back in 2020, $81 per hour was the highest district surveyed, and $46 per hour was the average. Last year, when we brought the fee schedule so the original year one of the 3-year increase was approved for the 2021 school year. When we brought this forward this time last year for 21-22, we recommended no increases to the fee schedule, especially given some of the chaos that surrounded facility rental during the pandemic and even having to shut down facility rentals for quite some time. So this year, we are asking to move forward with that 3-year plan. And these are the recommended increases for 22-23. These are our inside rooms. We're not recommending increases to every type classroom. If the classroom or the type of rental was already in line with with the comparisons that we made, we are not recommending an increase. So that is why you're not seeing an increase, let's say, for the media center or the library or K-8 middle school, high school auxiliary gym. These are the outside areas. Most of those are already in line with the comparisons that we made. So we're only recommending changes to fields with outside lights for middle school and high school, and without lights for high school and with lights for high school. The final change that we are recommending is for the technical student worker. The fee for that currently that we charge our renters is $13 an hour. We do try to pay our student workers minimum wage, and as you are all incredibly aware, minimum wage continues to increase. It is currently at $12.80 an hour. And so with the $13, we're barely able to cover the cost with what we are charging, and this would allow us to continue to be able to cover that cost and not have to have a mid-year increase next January when minimum wage increases again. And I just wanted to note that when we talk about any of the fees, see the $15 fee here, and any of the other worker fees that are currently approved by the governing board, those are what we charge the renter, and that is to cover not only the hourly rate, but also then the benefits and any matching benefits that are required by that. We have had some confusion in the past where a few individuals did believe that that was the rate that was being paid to employees. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to clarify that that is the rate we charge the renters in order to cover all of the costs, including the hourly rate to the employees. And with that, we do have attachments, including what the fee schedule would look like. This is just a preview. We will bring this item back for governing board approval for 22-23 at the next governing board meeting, and I will take any questions on the fee schedule for next year.
Mrs. Reed.
I know that we have had an unprecedented year again as far as staffing goes with some of our facility rentals, and have had some issues having staff members be available to cover some of the facility rental requests. When that was brought to the board's attention, there was a conversation that I had with Dr. Finch that there were some policies, maybe AMGs, I'm not exactly sure what they were, that might need to be looked at or changed in regards to who would be allowed to cover those facilities. Has there been any work done with that? I thought there was a committee that was going to convene or something similar to that.
That we have specifically, and this is not necessarily just for all facility rentals. We do have a work team that is facilitated by Scott Warner for district athletics. And that work team is more looking at feeder programs and how we equalize feeder programs for our own athletic programs, such as track and field or football, any other programs like that, and including basketball. There's a great deal of confusion with some of our own coaches on what constitutes a facility rental and whether it is our own program, which would be a class 1 where no rental fee is charged, whether it's a class 2 and you have a discounted rental fee, or you're a class 3, which is the highest rental fee possible. And we do have administrative management guidelines in place as well that help us identify which one of those groups, or help even a coach at the school who would be able to look through that administrative management guideline and know where they fall. That AMG is actually due for review right now, and we're in the process of simplifying it and making it very clear. But I think the work team with Mr. Warner, I am on that work team, Mrs. Robinson's on the work team, and we have athletic directors and principals from the high schools on that work team as well.
So is there a strategy in place or something that we're working on to ensure that if the governing board approves the fee schedule for facility rentals, that we will have staff members next year to cover them so that rentals aren't being canceled at the last minute?
That, I want to be very cautious when I answer that statement. I know Mrs. Robinson and the high schools, many of our schools, 50% of this revenue goes directly to the schools. And it is available for M&O type expenses and capital type expenses. They want the facility rentals. They want to accommodate any of these groups when they can bring them in. And so it is only in a dire situation typically when we just can't make it work, when the schools turn down the facility rental. And even if there's a campus that for whatever reason the staffing, they can't make it happen because they are short custodians or whatever the case may be, Mrs. Robinson will work with them, tour other campuses, find a campus that has the staff and is able to make it work. We do absolutely everything we can to place the renters, knowing that the renters are serving our community and our students, and we want to be that good partner with them. So we do everything we can, but with the staffing shortages we continue to see with custodial and with certified as well. I can't make that guarantee, but I can guarantee that we will continue to do everything we can to make that work. Hopefully with the salary increase being approved, the work that HR is doing for recruitment, we will be able to see some of those vacancies filled and not see this as a continuing issue. I really do think it was a COVID-based issue thanks to the extra work that teachers were doing, the extra work that administrators are doing, not just because of the pandemic, but then also because of the staffing shortages.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mock. We'll move on to preview item 9B, the grade 610 English Language Arts Gifted Advanced Honors and IB Curriculum Adoption Recommendation. And for that, we have Dr. Galligan.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch. Adam Lanningham, our Gifted Services Manager, and Elizabeth Harris, our 612 English Language Arts Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Specialist, and I will share the Adoption Committee's recommendation for resources. This was a wonderful partnership between Elizabeth and Adam as they co-facilitated the ELA Adoption Committee's review, as well as recommendations that you will hear of this evening. I'm going to turn this over now to Adam to continue.
Our committee's focus was to identify vetted resources to support Deer Valley's gifted and advanced ELA programs and courses. These included the Sage Spark gifted programs in grade 6, the Renaissance Highly Gifted programs in grades 6 through 8, the International Baccalaureate program in grades 6 through 10, the advanced courses in grades 7 and 8, and the honors courses in grades 9 and 10. Currently, we have the HMH collections as a primary curriculum for all ELA classes in grades 6 through 10. This includes our honors and advanced courses. The gifted courses in Sage Spark and Renaissance also have supplemental materials from our last adoption that consist of the William and Mary curriculum. Until now, many teachers were having to supplement this standard curriculum on their own to meet the needs of our advanced learners. Through the course of the committee's work, the committee decided to continue some of these supplemental resources for our gifted programs, but also move away from the HMH collections as a primary resource in our advanced and honors courses. The materials the committee would like to adopt will allow easier differentiation of the curriculum for our advanced learners. Our committee consisted of a wide range of teachers and parents working together in person and virtually at our meetings, as well as gaining input from more parents online through our public review process. The committee members met either in person, virtually, or sometimes both, depending on the meeting and member needs. Communication about the committee was provided to our community through emails, which began going out in October 2021 seeking committee members, our website, which was posted on the district committee page, the gifted services page, and the EL page. Postings began in September of 2021. And the DVUSD gifted Facebook page put out the information, and we ended up with over 8,000 people being reached with 84 engagements about the committee. The committee's public review had 32 responses. These came from parents and community members providing feedback electronically with the adoption committee's rubrics and with open comments. Our public review portion and representation from all age areas and input for all resources under consideration. 96% of responders ranked all of the materials we're reviewing as either meeting or exceeding the committee's criteria for enhancing our district's general education curriculum and the ELA Arizona College and Career Readiness Standards. 89% of responders ranked all of these materials under review as meeting or exceeding the committee's criteria for engaging gifted learners, and 100% of the responders ranked all of the materials under review as meeting or exceeding the committee's criteria for being able to be adapted for online or virtual learning environments. Overall, the committee believes that we had high quality materials to review. We did have a few negative comments, and Elizabeth is going to address one of those now.
Both passages mentioned earlier this evening were examples of extremes. In a nonfiction chapter titled Changing the World, a passage written by a New York Times columnist and lawyer suggests putting oneself in another person's shoes to share different perspectives of American lives. The second passage is a personal essay of a young man's experience being bullied as a youth. Again, both of these are given as examples in a unit where the goal is for students to write personal essays.
All right, our timeline. An overview of the committee's timeline is as follows. In September, we had the adoption request approved through Cabinet. The committee's information, again, was posted on the website, and we emailed our potential vendors. In October, we emailed principals to further invite teachers and parents to join our committee, and the committee met for the first time. At that time, we discussed our academic needs and created rubrics. In November and December, materials were put on public display, which lasted from November 17th through March 1st. This was via website posting under the district news, the gifted page, and ELA, as well as for physical viewing at Barry Goldwater High School's front office. The committee also met and reviewed our vendor submissions. In January, we met for our presentations and shared the videos with our community. We announced it through email and the website. Materials were still on display during this time. In February, we focused on getting the word out to the community before our final meeting in March. Materials were still on display for public review, and we added more notifications to try to increase community involvement. This included the website posting under the same web pages and having materials at the Barry Goldwater front desk, but we also sent flyers to all schools to display, as well as sent notifications out through social media and the school messenger sharing that we were sharing the materials. In March, the committee met to determine our final recommendations. And our recommendations are Jacob's Ladder. Jacob's Ladder focuses on reading comprehension skills in high ability learners in the form of all three skill ladders connected to individual readings in poetry, myths and fables, nonfiction. Students are able to move from lower concrete thinking skills to higher order critical thinking skills. For example, ladder A moves students from sequencing to cause and effect and then to consequences and implications. The effective Jacob's Ladder reading comprehension program uses models to approach and scaffold students' learning to promote inquiry based decisions and discussions with text. And the series of Jacob's Ladder, again, focuses specifically on supporting advanced students' social emotional needs, including high interest reading selections and stories, poetry, media, and biographies. It moves students from lower to higher level thinking skills, promotes self awareness, metacognition, and goal setting. The committee recommends Jacob's Ladder for Sage Spark gifted programs. The gifted specialists would receive Jacob's Ladder Book 6 through 7, Jacob's Ladder Book 7 and 8, and Jacob's Ladder Book 7 and 8 effective. The committee also recommends Jacob's Ladder for the Renaissance Highly Gifted programs. The Renaissance teachers would receive the Jacob's Ladder Book 6 7 for 6th grade, the book 7 8 for 7th grade, and the book 6 through 8 effective for 8th grade. Jacob's Ladder was adopted for grades K through 5 in last year's ELA adoption, and this would be a continuation of the resources into the grades 6 through 8. Overall, the teachers like that it consists of short, easy to use lessons that are created specifically for gifted learners, and it incorporates the higher level questioning and thinking skills. And we did have one quote from a parent. This curriculum seems fantastic in that it is engaging for students, pushes them to think and perform critically, and really supports the teacher. Our next resource was William and Mary. The William and Mary Center for Gifted Education Language Arts units have been aligned to national standards within each grade level, as well as 2 to 3 grade levels above grade level. In addition to addressing the regular language arts standards, the William and Mary language curricula also focuses on analyzing and interpreting literature, issue-based research skills, vocabulary development, analysis, and persuasive writing. The committee recommends this resource for our Renaissance Highly Gifted programs. This will be a continuation of our adoption from back in 2012. All of the units you see here, with the accompanying novel sets, with the exception of the Pursuit of Justice, have been used in our programs since then as a supplement. These units and novels have been well used and need to be replaced. Grade 6 will receive the autobiographies and memoirs units and persuasion. Grade 7 will receive Threads of Change in 19th century American literature and the 1940s, A Decade of Change. Grade 8 will receive A Pursuit of Justice and Utopia. Again, this resource has been utilized in our Renaissance classes since 2012. Adopting this resource again will be a continuation of our grade K-5 adoption from 2021. These materials were created specifically for the gifted learner, and they incorporate those higher level questioning and thinking skills. And then another quote from a parent: "We love this program for advanced readers. I think it's been an excellent tool for them. Both my 3rd graders have a Lexile score of over 1200, and I believe this program helps them to continue growing." Next would be Wordly Wise 3000. It's in its 4th edition. It is a supplemental vocabulary program that provides direct academic vocabulary instruction to develop the critical link between vocabulary and reading comprehension. The robust activities include student engagement and differentiated instruction that provide flexibility to meet the needs of our student population. The committee recommends this resource for our Renaissance 6th grade classrooms and for the International Baccalaureate Middle Years program in grades 6 through 8 at Norterra Canyon. This vocabulary program is continuing our K-5 supplemental resource in the Renaissance programs. It was adopted again for Renaissance last year in our K-5 curriculum. The 6th grade Renaissance teachers would like to continue with it in its digital form. The committee would like to purchase digital license for the next 5 years. The International Baccalaureate program at Norterra desired a richer vocabulary program to supplement its student learning in the IB program. The teachers there have requested paper workbooks, so the committee recommends 5 years of workbooks for grades 6 through 8 in the International Baccalaureate program.
Common Lit Essentials Pro. After looking at the comprehensive program, SAVIS and College Board, the committee determined that the College Lit Essentials Pro has a stronger library of selections with strong unit plans created by teaching professionals. Many of DVUSD teachers utilize the free library that Common Lit provides and have utilized their free 360 units because they align perfectly with the Arizona ELA standards and have built-in reading assessments. The purchase program will provide all of the unit plans and a data dashboard for teachers and administrators to track students' reading skills. The unit plans will be vetted for the 7th and 8th grade advanced courses, and specific units and titles will be identified for official use. In 2 years, we can either continue the usage plan or purchase site licenses and expand this program to general education courses, also vetting particular units and titles. The committee recommends this resource for grade 6 IB middle years, grade 7 Renaissance and advanced courses, and grade 8 Renaissance and advanced courses. Common Lit is already an approved supplemental resource that many of our DVUSD ELA teachers use to add to the stories used in collections. PLC collaborative teams use the Common Lit quizzes often as common formative assessments, since the reading standards are built in the platform and grades the students automatically. Again, the data dashboard that comes with the purchase will provide immediate data on our students' reading skills on specific standards. We did have some concerns that parents may not approve of some of the titles, and as a district, we will recommend a list of titles, units for our teachers to use. Teachers will also list the titles in their syllabi for parents to know, and they will have alternative titles available. Wide variety of text selection in both fiction and nonfiction is available. Its standards align, and one of our DVUSD parents said the numerous categories in the Common Lit library will have something that appeals to all students. Having more choices for free time would be very helpful, particularly since there aren't many approved applications that appeal to gifted learners in 7th and 8th grade. My child is inquisitive and constantly Googles to read new material and learns bits about random topics. Functionally, the Common Lit library would replicate that experience, but with the control and guidance for age and reading level appropriateness. Bedford Freeman and Worth creates textbooks for the gifted and high school student. With numerous authors and passages our teachers already provide to students, these texts add essays, articles, and artwork that enhance the understanding of high-level analytical thinking needed for the honors, MYP, and pre-AP student. The online platform allows for students to access the text primarily through Canvas and teachers to personalize their courses with text and assessments they know their students will need for the high-stakes courses in their academic future. The committee recommends Foundations of Language.
She needs a new microphone.
And grade 9 honors and grade 9 IB MYP, and advanced language and literature grade 10 honors and grade 10 IB MYP. Bedford Freeman and Worth is the same publisher DVUSD just adopted for 11th and 12th grade language comp and 12th literature comp, and will align well with these courses already utilizing the same platform and terminology. Currently, our honors teachers must provide these high rigor text, essays, and assessment practice, and providing well-researched textbook that is specific to prepare our gifted learners. We are unifying DVUSD's curriculum across all of our schools. A teacher of Honors 3-4 said, the textbooks by BFW uses a multifaceted approach to teaching English language arts that is essential for honors and gifted students within our district. Each text is paired with artwork, speeches, photographs, news articles, political cartoons, poetry, data graphs, statistics, comic strips, etc. Honors and gifted students need advanced and rigorous content that challenge them to synthesize information.
For training and professional development, Jacob Slatter and William and Mary, the teachers are working teams at schools during our monthly gifted meetings and PLCs. Jacob's Ladder is very simple to use, and we have had the William and Mary curriculum for many years. Wordly Wise has online tutorials, and with our PLC and campus time, we will have time for collaboration. And again, in Renaissance, that has been in use for many years. The Common Lit Pro has an online training with tutorials built in and how to utilize their unit plans and their 360 materials. Common Lit Pro again will be vetted by our 7th and 8th grade advanced, and Bedford, Freeman, and Worth will have the same for their honors programs. Bedford, Freeman, and Worth has their onboarding online and full tech support for grades 9 through 12. And again, we already have purchased grades 11 and 12. There is no additional cost for PD in this adoption. Here is our timeline. The adoption timeline can be seen here. Our goal is to get new materials in our teachers' hands prior to the end of the school year so that they have them throughout the summer and can look through them.
Here are the total costs for this preview and this adoption for our 612 honors, AP, IB, gifted adoption. The expected total there is just under $364,000. That is the expected total, including tax, shipping, and professional development. You can see in the chart itself the different costs for each of those vendors and materials. We have two that the final number is pending, but we have built in what our expected costs are, and that's why you see that expected total to be just under $364,000. We will bring this to you as an action item at our next board meeting at the end of this month. Adam, Elizabeth, and I will be happy to take any questions you might have.
Mrs. Fisher?
It sounds to me like we're adopting a program or supplementals that we know there's questionable materials in. And what safeguards are there that the extremes won't be used? I mean, there are so many literary works out there. Why are we resorting to even having questionable materials or considering questionable materials within our district? I'm just curious.
To clarify, oh, did you want me to?
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, would you mind sharing which one of the resources you are referring to?
I'm referring to the statement, and I'm not sure who said it, that said that there was materials on one side or the other. It was fairly in the beginning of the presentation. This is also what we had that parent come and speak about, correct? And so there's that. Plus there was, and I don't know who made the statement because it kind of at this hour blends. But there was a statement that there was concerns expressed that there were questionable, an assignment that somebody is self-writing, I believe one of you said, as an explanation.
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, the parent who spoke was talking specifically to the Bedford, Freeman, and Worth resource. And I'll have Elizabeth talk further on that, but this is a resource, at least the vendor is a resource that we currently have as an approved vendor in our upper level ELA courses that the board approved earlier.
So we're not utilizing them, or we're not considering utilizing those materials in this, correct? No?
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, when you say utilizing those materials, those were specific to our upper level courses. This would be the resources that are appropriate for these particular courses. And Elizabeth, if you would just expand on that, please.
Sure, yes. The excerpts that were mentioned are from two different passages in the 10th grade book that would be used. And both are just essays in a chapter called Changing the World of Nonfiction Essays. The whole unit has many different personal essays written by authors. I they were used in examples of a white supremacist that would be replacing themselves in a different situation, um, and proposing that this would just give someone a different perspective. I don't find that it's inappropriate. I think the committee believes that these are important in preparing students to see personal essays. The other one that was mentioned was a personal essay about being bullied, and then an example came up that out of context appears as though it's talking about white supremacy, but was just used as an example of a bully. And so that wasn't the point of the essay. Again, this is part of the pre-AP and MYP preparation for these programs, and the committee feels that these are the best materials out there to show a wide variety of perspectives.
Sounds like CRT to me. It just does.
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, we do not support critical race theory. It is not part of the state standards. It is not something that we would teach. The resources that are being recommended were vetted by our educators, they were vetted by parents on the committee, and they were vetted through that public review, as well as the many different ways that we posted this particular adoption. And I will stress again, Deer Valley does not teach, nor do we support education around critical race theory because it is not part of the Arizona English language arts or social studies standards.
Are you done, Mrs. Fisher? Okay, Mrs. Ordway?
Perhaps in the Friday update, Dr. Galligan, Ms. Harris, you could include in context the other selections that would have accompanied that unit. I don't know what it is, a unit, a chapter, or whatever it is. So we could get a context and flavor of the 360-degree angle that they're trying to use for students to critically think. Would you be able to do that?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, we would absolutely do that. And Ms. Fisher, we would do our very best to provide you that Chapter 5 unit that are essays, and then you are welcome to read those yourself. So you're better informed for that decision at the end of this month.
I'm always willing to look, and I'm always open to look. But maybe it's wrong of me, but I always take it back to belief. And this isn't, critical race theory is just a name that people want to attach to something. I really do believe that. And I don't believe that Deer Valley supports critical race theory. But what I also know is back in the days of Nebuchadnezzar, the way of changing a society is to bring in their youth and indoctrinate them to your ways and then send them back, which is what he did with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These are behaviors that have happened since biblical times, and I just use that as a cultural point. It doesn't have to be a biblical thing. Your modern church sends missionaries to foreign countries to do what? To set up schools, to teach the youth. My concern is that our parents have the say over their children's upbringing and guidance. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to beat up on anybody who may or may not. So on that one aspect. And then on the other end, I always look to protect teachers, even the ones that I don't agree with. I spent years teaching teachers how not to lose their certification. That's very important to me because false accusations, even when they're false, when they're made and they're really pushed and then they are grabbed into groups of the media, you can destroy someone's life and they did nothing wrong. I don't want our teachers to even have a chance that would happen to them, because even if they, ethically, religiously, morally disagree with me, their job is to teach reading, math, language. And I do understand sometimes that you have to break down literary pieces that are just, they're difficult for someone else to stomach. But in our setting, I just really do want to protect both parents' rights and our teachers' certifications. I don't want you to think in any way I'm blaming you or accusing. This is the first I've even heard of it. No one's brought anything to me. So for me, I can only go with what I hear right here because I haven't looked at this curriculum. So I would appreciate the opportunity to read through it and make my own judgment call on, well, number one, whether it would be appropriate for a parent. Number two, could anybody use it as a weapon against one of our teachers?
We will add that to the Friday update.
Thank you.
Mrs. Reed?
So I was going to ask for the same thing if you would open that section back up for us so we could look at it. And then I think on slide 18 with the Common Lit Essentials Pro was where the comment was made about the list of literature. Is it possible to have that recommended list as far as what you know of it to be now, or is that something that you're that will need to go before committee? I think that would be helpful information to be able to see which titles might be used and which titles would not be recommended to be used within the classroom. Having a gifted student that will be using this curriculum, I think that when we talk about curriculum, when we talk about, you know, the buzzword of indoctrination and the buzzword of CRT and all of that, I think one of the things that we are forgetting is that it is part of our state standards to teach critical thinking and to teach students, how to read a passage and understand bias of an author, and then to take that information and form their own personal opinions and turn that into a narrative that they can then defend in a piece of writing. And I remember doing that in high school in my advanced classes, and some of those pieces of literature that we read that were historical were hard to read, but it is a part of our history. And for those textbook writers back in the 80s and 90s, they thought that those pieces were important. And those are, you know, we certainly don't want to indoctrinate our children to believe something that is or isn't true. But I also want our students, and my students especially, to be able to look at a piece of literature, whether it be in a textbook or online or on social media, and understand why the author wrote that. And they can then form their own opinion on whether or not it is truthful and it's something that they want to believe. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I look forward to receiving additional information in the Friday update. Move on to governing board reports. Mrs. Paperman?
I would like to say that I had a fantastic time at the national board certifications, seeing being awarded. Congratulations again to all those teachers, and it inspired me that being a teacher myself, why haven't I not joined the national board certification? So I may be considered for next year. Also, congratulations to all the students that got awards today. Thank you.
Mrs. Fisher?
Sorry, too many notes. It's actually been a really busy time, not only because I have other things going on, but it's just, there's so many opportunities to see and learn different things. One of the things that I attended was an ASU civics class. It's a Center for Political Thought and Leadership at the Arizona State University. They had an event that they sent out to, I think they sent it out to teachers, curriculum departments, board members. And I really wasn't sure what it was, but I took the opportunity to spend the day with a room full of teachers and listen to the path, I guess, they're taking for teaching civics. It was extremely interesting. It was presented by Raul Rodriguez, and they're actually, it was just very thought provoking. It's the use of the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers to start conversations and to get engagement. And I was really surprised to see in the room, we had a very strange mix of individuals. We had some teachers who were like, we're going to rally or what have you. We had maybe one or two. And then we had others that go, oh my God, they're going to get thrown out. And then we had some that are like, I've been teaching this stuff and I've been going through this for years. And I as much as I think, I know I read a lot, I know I research a lot, I know I have been very engaged in a lot of things. I learned a lot that I myself do not know about civics and civil or civics, just the founding of our nation. And it's a little bit weird to see that some of the predictions or some of the Federalist Papers there or Anti-Federalist Papers, how right they were. And whichever side, you can see things that came through and that are really right. I was a little disappointed that I was the only one from Deer Valley there. I really think that it would be something good for us to at least look at. It is very thought-provoking. It didn't appear to be one direction or another. The whole intent was not to push anyone's agenda. It was just literally a look at, these are the papers that were published at the time when they were establishing this nation and how it impacted. And then you can compare it to today. And the group of teachers I was sitting with were junior high, and how they apply it, bringing some of it in. And then the table next to them were high schoolers, and they were kind of talking a lot. I just think it would be really beneficial if we at least look at it. There were the teachers that were there that teach these subjects were very impressed with the resources that they were provided and the information they were provided. So, and I don't know if they're going to have more classes or if it's something that's moving further forward. 3 times. But it was very interesting. It would be really worth looking at. I too enjoyed going to the National Certified Teacher Celebration. It's interesting. It's kind of like CPAs have to go through that annual training and stay on top, to see teachers, and it shows, some of them it just shows strong fortitude. But some of them it shows that they're really actually working on seeing new techniques and how to maybe be innovative. I would love to see something that correlates the national teacher with student performance. It was just something that came to mind while I was there. But it is a significant accomplishment, and it was really important to see a lot of our Deer Valley teachers there. I have had a significant number of parents reach out to me regarding promotions and retention. And I'm not advising them. I've tried to redirect them towards our process or towards the book or the Prague book. But as I read through it, it misses their questions. It really does. I received another question, a follow-up question from a parent that I shared exactly word for word what I was provided. And there's questions that are along the lines of, if the school's going to insist on promoting my child and they're in the 8th grade and I pull them out and I keep them and homeschool them in the 8th grade again, when they come back, will they be a 9th grader? Or do they, how does that, and so one of the concerns that I had, and I really hope that we take a look at, was it all seemed very, some of it was just age. Well, if they're this age, then they automatically do this, or they're going to do this. Or some of it somewhat seemed subjective in that a principal makes a decision. And so we kind of go with that. And yes, they can always appeal it all the way up to the board, though that doesn't seem to happen as much as it used to. But I think one of the things, because there's a lot of parents that our records may indicate that child is proficient because that child has an A. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that child is proficient, because there's a lot of reasons they wouldn't be. In some cases, like in the case of my son, I homeschooled him the last 2 years. He's graduating or graduated, but I'm still homeschooling him, because when I give him assessment tests, he is testing at junior high. He's not testing out of high school. So I bought 8 years of curriculum, and we're still moving forward with it. We'll move forward with it until he's done with it. So a lot of times parents have an insight, and some of it is, in some cases, is a making of their own because they really wanted to push their child into school right on that edge where they kind of really probably weren't ready, but then they wanted them to be ready. And we've gone over that, but I think it would be easier if we could somehow clarify it a little better for these parents. They're trying to find innovative ways to move around our system, rather work with us within our system. And I don't know what the answer is. I do appreciate Dr. Galligan. I understand you were giving me the answers, but I just, without violating the trust that someone has given me and says, hey, can you just find out the answer to this question, but don't give my whole story? I don't want to violate their trust, so I can't share too much. But I also feel like that we really can't ask some questions, and so you're left to bring them here. But I really wish we would take a better look at that promotion and retention. And I know a lot of work went into it. It shows. But when we're talking about that age part versus proficiency part, and now that we have this new grading where it's someone is just deciding that that individual is proficient, and they're grading them on, well, they're proficient in this, but how do we know they're proficient? Because they got 1098% on a test, or because they were able to, so it appears, whether it is or not, it appears very subjective. And I think that may be causing some of the issues that parents are having. So I would really appreciate if we could take a look at that. The other group that, a couple of individuals emailed the entire board, but there are others who have come, I'm assuming, to individual board members regarding special education and the resources. And even if we believe that we are servicing the children, I just wish we had a list of resources for our children or for our parents. If they don't think that we're meeting their needs, provide the resources so that they can maybe supplement and provide additional resources. It's not always easy to find. When my son was diagnosed, we were like dancing happy that he was finally diagnosed, because it took anyone like 7 years to do it. And it back then we didn't have resources. I had to find them. I had to go to classes at ASU just to learn behavior modification or ABA therapies. And at some point, probably around the time my son was in, we had a individual in Deer Valley who provided awesome resources to parents. And it wasn't necessarily class or what we do, but just resources on where they could step in and help their child. It's a partnership. We cannot do it alone, and neither can those parents. And so if they feel they're not getting what they need, or they're not getting their information. They shouldn't have to fight for the resources. They shouldn't have to fight for information on their own child or do public records requests or any of that. They're our partners and we should be working with them. So I really think we need to, as we move forward with special education concerns, that we look for that. If adults can't see eye to eye on things, okay, fine. We don't have to see eye to eye. We don't even have to like each other. In some cases, we don't even have to talk to each other. But what we all have to do is at the end of the day, look at that kid and know that we want the best for that kid and do whatever we can to help them. And it makes a difference. I will tell you, my son plays Sims, and you know what? Mr. Kilman is in his game because Mr. Kilman had an impact in his life. And so he's in the game. He made his character, and he's an awesome teacher in the game. Dr. Weitenheimer is in the game. He made an impression on my son. These children, regardless of whether we think we're providing what is needed, if the kids don't feel it, it's not real. Man, the kids are smart. They're intuitive. They know when we're being buttheads and not getting along or digging on our heels and being harsh and, I'm going to do this because I have the power. They know that. Kids feel it. And I just think we need to have better resources. I think she left. It was a principal's wife, but if we could find someone like that just to provide resources again. Highland Lakes. What's his name? Yes. Mark Anderson's wife from back then. She was the resource, and she literally had classes. As a special needs mom, I came in here and I sat, and some of it I knew, some of it I didn't. But learning how to navigate DDD, learning how to navigate, a lot of stuff. If we could just have an improved way that the parents, or if there's a test that we're not willing to do, a list of resources where they can do it themselves. It would be awesome. And then the final, I think I got all of them. The final one that I do want to address and talk about, and I'm not going to say pro or against or any of that, this day of silence. First off, I'm a little bit angry about not anything that anyone in this district did, but I'm a little bit angry that an individual chose to use Deer Valley as a political, sole purpose of political. We all have a bit of politics that we do, but it really makes me angry that somebody took a snippet and then took it in a path that it doesn't even have a darn thing to do with the truth or with our kids, and it became a political volleyball. When we saw it in here, the one group's going to say this, the one group's going to say that. I will say one thing, and I'm saying it for anyone, is that Deer Valley should not be for your politics. I love politics. I believe in politics. I believe in, and people say, well, you mentioned politics. Yeah, I do. I have been mentioning them for weeks, saying we need to guard against those who are trying to hurt because they're out there. And it hit us hard on this one. But at the same time, this should have been brought to this board, and it was not. This board should have discussed not this specific day, but we should discuss what it looks like, what is appropriate or not. I get that we have a Supreme Court decision, and the Supreme Court decision was based on whether or not they wore the black armbands regarding the Vietnam War. That's what started the whole thing. There's a big difference between wearing a I support whatever t-shirt or armband or something. There's a big difference between that and something that is going to disrupt our school. Yeah, there's a big difference than an armband and a walkout. There's a big difference between an armband and putting a tape over a kid's mouth. I think we need to set a standard, and I don't know what that would look like. We have to work within the law, but I think as a district, whether it's this topic or any other, there should be a standard of what's acceptable, and it's not a free-for-all. I don't care if you seriously start getting lawyers looking at it, because I've had 3 lawyers call me about this. And some of them have said, they have cited that there is a good standing that Tinker doesn't apply in this case, because we're not talking about just an armband. So I would ask that at some point the board considers having a discussion about the general topic of this type of thing, and can we set boundaries? Not saying that we stop them from having their say for whatever they support or don't, but can we set a boundary of this is disruption versus this is just standing for something? This is child abuse versus this is just standing for something. So that's my request. And that's it for me.
Mrs. Reed?
Thank you. A couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend Avenue 27 and the Senior Institute's collaboration to honor first responders and host them and their families for dinner. It was a really neat opportunity. There were district staff members that were there with their first responders also, and that was just a really neat opportunity to see. My husband has served in the fire service for almost 30 years, and I think that's the first dinner we've ever been to that a community member has put on to thank him for his service. We also invited one of our police commanders, who is a part of the Barry Goldwater High School community, to attend, and the conversation was great. Seeing the hospitality for the kids was wonderful. One of the things that Truett Cathy, who's the founder of Chick-fil-A, said is that he wanted his restaurants to be a place of restoration and a place of rest for the community. And that's really what Avenue 27 became that night, was a place of restoration for our first responders. So I think that that is a very admirable event that I would like to continue to see maybe become an annual event. And if, obviously, I understand that it was a student-sponsored event, but maybe moving forward, we could find some other sponsors to help host those first responders in a different way if there isn't a student from the Senior Institute that wants to take that project on. I think it's really important to provide the community with what the facts are around the Day of Silence and what was posted, because it was misconstrued a little bit during public comments, and the way that it was read seemed like the district or the board had sponsored it. So I'm going to read exactly what the memo was that was sent out. It says the GLSEN Day of Silence 2022 will be April 22nd. This is a one-day silent protest that encourages students to be silent for the full day in support of LGBTQ students. You may have students that wear tape over their mouths or otherwise cover their mouths. As a district, we neither endorse nor prohibit this expression, activity, and students who participate should be encouraged to appropriately participate in class. Remember, students have the right to expression, and this includes the right not to express oneself by staying silent. There isn't anything in there that makes me believe that the district nor the administration at any school or any teacher or any parent is supporting this or not supporting it or endorsing it or encouraging students to participate or not participate one way or the other. It simply is an informative statement, letting teachers know what the day is in case they have a student that chooses to participate in it. When I was in high school, and junior high for that matter, I chose to participate in a national day that was not endorsed by my school or my parents or my teachers, but it was Bring Your Bible to School Day. And we were encouraged to bring our Bibles to school with us and to carry it around school with us or to place it on our desks. I had every right to bring my Bible to school, just like on October 7th, if another student in our district wants to bring their Bible to school, they can do that as well. And it wouldn't be the right for the district or an administrator to say anything or to tell me I had to put my Bible away, because it was my freedom of speech. It was my First Amendment right. The same as if a child, a student, chooses to participate in this day. It is not for the administration or the board or the district to tell a student they can or cannot participate in something like that if they choose to. I think that we walk a very fine line if we decide which national days we're going to allow or encourage our students to participate in, depending upon our own personal viewpoints. And I'm not okay with the First Amendment being stepped on. We saw back in the summer of 2020 that there were protesters that lined the streets of downtown Phoenix and downtown Scottsdale protesting against police brutality. And I knew many of the police officers that were standing down there holding that line. And many of them didn't agree with what the protesters had to say, but they were going to stand there and protect their right to say what they wanted to say. And that is an important part. We may not agree with the things that our students choose to stand up for on these national days, but it's their right to express themselves in a way that doesn't disrupt the school day. And we should all be willing to stand up for them to protect that right to do that. So with that, I am finished.
Mrs. Ordway?
Just on that topic, I've been in the school district for a long time, had my high school kids. They joined in this day of observation, never heard any problems with it. As far as I know, there's never been any anything that would have risen to any kind of bullying that would have come up to the board. So if somebody wants to, or if we think that it's worth anyone's time to look up and see how many different behavioral, or if there's an anomaly in behavior on a day of silence, that would be awesome to find out, because I've never heard of it before. The point is that they're silent and they're respectful of their fellow students, and many of them don't even agree with the lifestyle, but it's their fellow students, so they are going to quietly show that they are not only tolerated, but accepted and protected. So that's, if anyone wants to look for that behavior stuff, I don't think you'll find it, but feel free to look for it. I had the opportunity to go to the play called Don't Drink the Water at Boulder Creek High School. I love the new LED lights. It just really accentuated the actors. They have a great tradition of making sure that all of their senior students that are, whether they're the actors, actresses, or the stage crew, and get acknowledged, and it was a great play. Calling all fairy godmothers. I can't tell you how much fun that is to watch these girls' faces and the boys. They come up and they look, and the real quick story, because I know it's like 11 o'clock and it's way past my bedtime. How do you get these dresses? I said, oh, it's very complicated. You pick them out, you try them on, and you take them home. Oh my gosh, that's just like a fairy godmother. I'm like, whoa. First time articulated the connection between what you're doing and what it's called. So that was awesome. And the next act to that play is going to be the 8th grade promotion, dresses and the 8th grade dance dresses, dresses and clothing. I was not able to attend the fabulous dinner to honor all of the National Certified Board teachers, but I heard it was excellent, and they knew that I was there in heart. Congratulations to all the student recipients, their family, and their people that were here for them. And on a close, one more thing before I close. If we could get an update or an idea of when the Inspiration Mountain seventh and eighth grade would follow the sixth grade, that might help a lot of parents decide whether they're going to enroll somewhere other than Inspiration Mountain. It might help us with our enrollment there. So sitting at the dais calls us to be prepared, ethical, and hopefully open-minded and passionate, certainly about all. We must lead by example and make sure that the example that we're setting is one that is worth following. So on that, I appreciate everyone in the room, everyone watching, and I appreciate all the students in our district staying strong to the end. And somebody can give me a number. I think it's 28 days or something like that.
Well, don't look at me because I can't tell you how many days are left to the school year, although I'm sure there's some teachers that might be able to tell us that. And more importantly, there's probably students who know exactly how many days they have left to sit in those chairs. And so I've got to tell you, I'm torn. You know, this is an opportunity where I could make this my longest meeting ever or not.
Wow.
Just thought we're right there. I think we're really close to the cusp. And if I talk for 20 or 30 minutes, it could be my longest meeting ever in the school board. I promise we're not going to do it. So I'm just going to say NBCT was incredible. It was so nice because for several years, we either didn't have any teachers or only one teacher. And this time there were 8 teachers recognized. And although one of them during the pandemic left us to move to Oregon with her husband, it was awesome. They took her picture and sent her a screenshot of her name recognition, so that was cool. So had a lot of fun sitting with the teachers and their spouses during that event. Also had a great time hosting 3 of our Cactus Park precinct, a lieutenant, a sergeant, and a community action officer at the Barry Goldwater first responders dinner. And so food was great. And it was even more fun to know that they had volunteer servers. So our server wasn't somebody who normally front. It was a NHS volunteer. So she was just sweet as all get out. And thank you to the Barry Goldwater High School kids for doing that. It was a really great evening. And with that, I will call on we'll say everybody have a wonderful, relaxing weekend, and then call on Dr. Finch for his superintendent's report.
Yeah, that's one part of the equation that you forgot. Because what's the number I need to hit? 11?
Well, I have bad news for you. You need 3 board members for a quorum, and we've all given our report.
I'm always interested in records, so if we can break your record, I'm in totally. Just want to say again, thanks for the interesting and verbose discussion about our raises. They are historic. If you think about it, 9.5, and if you add the 3% for next year, if we hit our ADM numbers, that's a big deal. And our neighbors, most of our neighbors are flat or at the most 3%. So we are sending a shockwave through our zone for sure. I met with the NEVIC superintendents today, and I was getting an earful. So that's great. So hopefully we'll be picking up some neighbors coming our direction. And for the 7.5% for our classified, that's a big deal as well. So thanks again for that. Again, since you did mention it and talked a little bit about it, I want to reemphasize that I think Ms. Reed said, well, maybe next year we can think about ... You actually have an impact this year because the NST language will be coming to you in May. So you can make those boundaries that you talked about in May. So I think NST members in the room and online picked up that theme that all of you mentioned. And so they have a couple months to go back to the drawing board and work on that as well. That might help a little bit further. I also wanted to thank the last and final fine art show up in Boulder Creek at the Anthem Outlets. Kids' art was amazing. Next year, we're going to have that here. We're going to have it in our Innovation Center. So it'll be exciting to have it more centralized in our district and pretty exciting. But it still took me an hour and a half to pick out 5 pieces. So it's always tough trying to get all the media. Last but not least, you are correct. We are down to 5 weeks left of school. So we have a sprint to the finish. I was in a couple schools today. We're doing testing. This is the last of the testing window. So looking forward to see how our students are doing and our recovery and learning gap progress. Hopefully we've been able to start make some growth there. So excited about our potential as a district. Last but not least, there will be no Friday update because we have spring break day on Friday, and I believe the Easter Bunny is coming to town as well. So it'll be 2 weeks before you get your Friday update.
So
That's it. Thanks.
will there be a Monday update instead?
Yeah, give me a call.
And we also have Passover coming as well. So are you done?
Do I need to go a little more? Or are we close?
No, you don't.
So did you want to make a motion to end the
future
meeting?
meetings
I
are
didn't go
posted.
25.
I will take a motion at 10:58 to
So moved.
adjourn and a second. All those in favor say
Aye.
aye.
Is that a record? It's not. It's close.